So what should you expect from this series? Well, LGD and Ultra Prime are in Group Nirvana. Group Nirvana is a group of 6 teams, so they'll only be playing 5 other teams, and it's a single round robin. So they only have 5 best of 3s for this entire split. And if you're bottom 2 at the end of it, you don't play an LPL split 3. Now, it's no longer the case where you're relegated effectively to LDL for that 3rd split and then come back the next year, because LDL it has its own issues right now. But Ultra Prime lost their first series and they only have 4 to go, and LGD are currently 2-0. They beat OMG and they beat EDG. These are, well, I would have said they would have been better teams, but OMG, of course, struggled. They're definitely on survival notes kind of now. We'll listen to the interviews though.
欢迎来到我们的赛前采访环节，我是主持人宝宝。首先为大家采访 LGD 战队的少爷，先给大家打声招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 LGD 少爷。
目前的 LGD 在我们这个第2赛段2战全胜，并列我们涅槃组的这个暂时的第1位啊，其实也是成绩相当不错了。想问一下少爷，会觉得整体队伍的竞技水平达到你们预期的多少呢？
我觉得比赛现在达到我们预期的60-70%吧，然后训练赛可能还要精进一些。
那今天接下来要面对到对手，对面的这个对手上单选手 Sassy， 包括 Climber 选手，都是之前曾经并肩作战过的队友啊。在赛前有什么想对他们所说的话呢？
等着被我们降维打击吧。
这个放狠话了，也是期待双方的表现了。我们待会儿见。好的，同时也为大家采访到 UP 战队的 Climber 选手，跟大家打声招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 UP 的打野区的 Climber。
欢迎！距离上一场比赛已经是有一段时间了，在这期间，你们为今天的比赛做了哪些准备呢？
我们重新整理了一下英雄的优先级，然后改正了一些比赛中发生的错误。
那今天 Climber 也是要面对老东家了啊。其实对手老干爹在目前第2赛段的成绩还是很不错的，面对他们有没有什么觉得会有压力，或者说特别注意的地方呢？
必须要特别注意他们中野联动吧，然后还有包括他们辅助的位置。
好的，也是期待两队的表现了，待会儿见。
Okay, I'm just grabbing myself a coffee. Sorry for leaving you alone there, folks. It's just rushing around to get things done in the morning. Let's get ourselves into it. So, LGD coming in as favorites. Ultra Prime, you know, they're a team which has had, like, a decent amount of talent come through their roster. I think particularly Saber is a good player. I think Saber is a particularly good player. The rest of the team, I think, are really struggling, even though Sassy has had some better carry moments on other teams. You look at LGD though, and I think that, you know, Tung Yuen's a good player. I think Birdall has some strength to him as well, especially for this level of play. Hung has been out jungling many others in Group Nirvana as well. Shaya's had an uptick in form, so LGD actually look pretty okay for the Group Nirvana. They'll probably be looking to see, well, can they snipe a win off of Team WE and Group Ascend actually in a best of 5? That'll be their kind of purview. That'll be what they're looking for, their goal. Okay, right, I'm gonna go quickly just get that coffee from the other room. Let's get ourselves ready, though, for our first game of the day. Should be a fun one. I'm hoping that it'll be scrappy, a little bit desperate from, you know, the two teams. There's something about the emotional importance of this game, which will hopefully up the stakes and give some entertainment.
2026英雄联盟职业联赛第2赛段，您可以通过英雄联盟客户端、掌上英雄联盟及英雄联盟赛事官网 LPL.QQ.com、虎牙直播、哔哩哔哩直播、腾讯视频、腾讯体育、新浪微博、微信视频号进行收看。电视机前的召唤师可以通过百视通平台收看全程赛事。上京东搜“京东电竞直播”，赢1000元耳机和游戏手办。扫描上方二维码，定制
Hello, I'm back.
LPL
Let's get ourselves
队
into the
服队友
games.
ID。开一局吗？开就开！感谢提供全场保护的杜蕾斯，今晚持久战力开一局。Sky Motor 手机电动，快人一步，稳赢一路。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2026 LPL 官方指定家电产品，更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，醒神好喝，当然战马。傲风电竞椅，职业战队的选择，想赢做傲风。
直接给他的一手点错，剑面杀中间，爸爸这时候很能滑，再滑一个。
来了！抵消，小熊不该属性抵消了哪儿的呢？
是有血手的伤害，找到了真好，把你困在原地，画地为牢。
阿兵还有封锁，
就是阿兵的青钢力。
兵哥杀出了。
Welcome to Shanghai. Lagonjie out onto the stage first, one of our best teams in Group Nirvana, going for another cycle of reincarnation, or perhaps delving into the grunge down here in LPL. It's not Seattle, it's Shanghai. The genre of music, perhaps the same.
Watching Ultra Prime.
Ultra Prime on the other side. Their fortune not been as favorable as LGD's. There's a smile on their face though. Ultra Prime only played the single series so far in Group Nirvana. Perhaps some hidden depths to them. Maybe we haven't seen the games to see their better side. Their first series, Saber alone against the Storm. Mid lane Saber is the player to watch from Ultra Prime. The question is whether the other players in the team can step up to his level to allow Ultra Prime a chance at hope. LGD very much come in as favorites, they do, but the problem with Nirvana is that we don't see that many games. LGD played 2 series so far, Ultra Prime 1. They played some online matches, but that doesn't always give you good information either. It's not a stage experience. You can have very different views of the game. LGD took a 2-1 victory versus OMG and then destroyed EDG 2-0. I think particularly that mid lane matchup for them ended up being very good for them, actually. Tong Yuan did very well versus Angel. Of course, Angel, another player which we have, you know, significant respect for here. So Ultra Prime, I think they come in as, you know, they come in as underdogs. And the thing for Ultra Prime is they play so much better when it's not a high stressful environment. Ultra Prime, they're one of the most kind of like anti-clutch teams, sadly, that I've ever laid eyes on. But they've had some decent peaks as an organization when the pressure is off, when they're allowed to exist, find their own way. So now we see whether, of course, the lack of games changes anything for us. I'll quickly turn my camera on as well, why not? We're about to get into the draft. I'll come and say hello, my name's Nymaera, and if you enjoy what you see here today, oh well, fantastic, that's great. And I hope that you continue to do so. I've cast like 2,000 LPL camps, and you know, a lot of them have been with teams like this. In fact, I think my first ever game cast within LPL was LGD versus Rare Atom, I think that was the first game I ever cast in LPL. It's been a while though, it's been a while. Ultra Prime, always had a soft spot for them. Obviously the roster's a lot different now, but perhaps there's a future for them. Okay, let's get ourselves into the draft. So a lot of bot lane bans right now. The enchanters that have taken over meta, the Bard and the Karma. So there's still Seraphine, there's still Lucian Milio. So it's nice contact lenses there. The Varus banned away, so we still have Jarvan, Pantheon, Ryze too. Both these mid laners are good Ryze players. I would think about first picking the Ryze for Ultra Prime actually. Even though there are powerful bot lanes, I think there's enough powerful bot lanes up that you... Oh, Orianna too. Oh, there's Orianna too. Very good call out, Blade. So now you have Ryze or Orianna. I think it's the Orianna over the Ryze. But then you do give over something like Pantheon Ryze, and there's no Nocturne or Jarvan to pair up with the Orianna. So I think you Pantheon Ryze. I think it's a very strong duo. The Ryze, while he loses lane to the Orianna slightly, he can contest, even though he can't like push, he can contest. And of course the combination with something like the Pantheon, they go for the Skarner over it? Okay. Do we really not value the Pantheon that much? I think that Pantheon Ryze is so strong. I'm very surprised to see that passed up there. Very surprised to see that passed up. What's that symbol next to Shaya and Saber? It's because they're team captains. Yes, you guessed right. Yep, it's because they're team captains. If they weren't team captains, they wouldn't have that. Also worth noting that there are some teams, there's like, Team WE technically doesn't have a captain right now because their captain benched themselves. So they currently don't have a nominated captain, which is an interesting situation. Corki Nami for Ultra Prime, so no jungler locked in for them. Okay. I really did just wake up. Oh gosh, sorry, should have gone like a little earlier, I should have. The Jace. Potentially locked in here. If you lock in the Jace, then you ban away like K'Sante Yorick, maybe. Ban away the two threats which are best against him in lane. Give yourself a potential range advantage. Also takes away the Jace from the Corki. Wasn't Keep stepping into captain? I think he was, but I don't think he had the symbol next to his name last we checked. Oh, thanks to the stream streak, by the way, Montes. Really appreciate you. 20 streams. That's a lot. That's a lot. The Ashe banned away from LGD. So what else have they got? Lucian Milio, one of the last remaining power bot lanes. Lucian's not fantastic into Orianna, because a lot of the time when you jump forwards into death. Into death, you do. LGD have the tank frontline right now. Ultra Prime... Well, they can't go for the tank jungler into the... Well, the Skarner's gone, so they can't go for that tank jungler. You don't really have a Sejuani comp. It might be a Scion angle. No, you can K'Sante now. They ban the Ambessa instead. I think you go for something like... You could go for a Vi angle. Vi Orianna's pretty strong here with the Orianna. Lucian banned away. We kind of expected that. So what have you got left now for LGD? You have... I mean, you've got stuff like Ezreal Nico, I suppose. Oh, no, it's Blade. Oh, well, the Clean Feeds just ended up having a bit of a moment. I wouldn't call them random at all, Blade. I still stream during the same time zone, is worth noting. But, yeah. Nautilus locked in. Potential Kai'Sa last, I suppose then. Ultra Prime, the last two picks. Like we said, Vi, I think is actually not a bad pickup here. I mean, yeah, the Vi's a pretty good pickup here, I think. They're later. Yeah, they are later at Blade, but they're still not within, like, crazy different times. Nah, no, it's then Blade. Pantheon is locked in, so they do go for the Pantheon after all. Okay. I think actually at this one, I would have preferred the Vi. I think that, you know, you do have the global threat. I suppose it's good into the Jace. Having a global is always good into Jace. Because he tries to push up lanes and play very aggressively. You just slam a global on him and he really doesn't enjoy that. Would that be a Wukong top lane? Is that a Wukong top lane? Yo, I didn't expect that one. Okay. Now, Wukong top lane was very powerful around 2020. For those of you who were not playing around 2020, the Wukong rework came through not too long before that. This should be the Wukong top lane. It's Draven for Xiaoye! A classic for him. So we have a Wukong top lane and we have a Draven on the other side. So we do get a little spice here. This is game one. This isn't a fearless thing. This is just fearless players, not fearless draft. It should be the Wukong top lane. It used to be pretty good into stuff like the Jace. The big thing about him is that you can run at people level 1 very effectively if they with like E attack speed. Your Q spam can also be very powerful too. And of course, look, Jace, if you ever get in melee range of him with your ultimate, then you can jump in, and if you ever to the skies, you just press ult and cancel it. Also worth noting, if you get the double cyclone onto someone, you reduce your Q cooldown so much that it becomes like basically zero. Very, very powerful. Right, I'm gonna go put on a quick ad break. And then let's get into game, folks. Really looking forward to seeing these drafts now. Those are fun drafts. I was hoping that there'd be some creativity, perhaps some, you know, as we said, some desperation, perhaps. I'm looking forward to this. Looking forward to this. Into game, let's hear ourselves some gyros and then get into gameplay. Okay, well, let's load on into it and see what the games have to offer. By the way, so folks, just letting you know that Sam's resting his voice for today. So we'll just be me casting this. And let me know if audio is okay as well. Sometimes it changes around from when we're doing it as one person or two. Shia, YCX. Oh, there you go. It's the level 1 run at them thing from the Wukong. Although he's not actually winning this very well at all there. But that's kind of the gameplay of the Wukong. You get so much attack speed from your E. You just kind of run at people and hope that it works. Shia, the YCX, because they have that bush control. A little bit better power for them there. One second, folks. I'm just going to do something... Hang on a second. Hook goes wide. It just mirrors the frame rate a little bit low on this. Anyway, jungler is going from top to bot. It's a lagging? Okay, that's something then. Well, what do I do about that then? Okay, what I'm going to do very quickly is... different one here. No, that looks very same. Okay. Well, I'll deal with that after this game then, hopefully. But yes, it is a little bit laggy there. Did just notice that. Hopefully it'll clean itself up. Okay. Potential jump onto Saber in the mid lane. YCX on the roam very early, but the wave's there at the right point, so Saber gets just hang behind that. Does get a hook, though, into the bot side jungle on to Xiaoxia, who's there on a pretty squishy Nami. Two-man distance comes through onto YCX into level 2 on the Nautilus. Rise comes back over, gets good damage there, and actually is one auto attack from killing, gets first blood. Tongman walks over with the Ghost, gets a kill onto the Orianna. LGD strike first. Good start to the game from LGD. An early roam from the Nautilus. Gets a kill towards Tongyuan. Saber doesn't flash. Doesn't think he'll be worth it, presumably. We go back into what happened here, I suppose. Xiaoxia caught out. And go back into laning phase. Hook lands under tower, and I'll see the YCX is having a great time. I think it's cash in for the Draven. This Nautilus has been really good. YCX. You know, I thought he was a player who, you know, wasn't going fantastically. Hang on a second. No, the Q doesn't kill. Q off from Pantheon also doesn't kill because there's a flash. Birdle lives. You know, but YCX, a player who I thought would be, you know, he was okay, but not doing anything particularly special. This has been a good early game. Very good early game from him. The Nautilus has been the main character so far. Okay, folks, I'm going to have to do something a little bit drastic real quick. Thank you for the stream streak there. I'm actually just going to restart the window capture and hope that works. Hang on, flash forwards. We'll wait until there's a break in the game. The Orianna doesn't get wall stun, doesn't quite get dragged into it. The nerfs to the Skarner wall stun range really saving his life there. So, significant lead for LGD already. 1.4k up, snowballing the entire map. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do something a little bit different here, folks. I'm gonna have to just, like, very quickly try and sort this around. There we go. This will just give me 1 second, folks. Give me 1 second. There we go. Hopefully that fixes the frame rate. We'll see. I don't know if it has done, though. I think it's actually exactly the same. Anyway, it was worth trying. Worth trying. Sorry about that, folks. Might be an OBS issue. I'm not sure what I'm going to do about that one, sadly. Jace going back to base. Might be a CPU thing, so I'll change the encoder and hopefully that's fine. I really find it weird when that kind of random tech issues happen. Okay, Dragon started by LGD. 2,000 gold lead from the early game. Already got that Vamp Scepter in from Xiaoya. Really helps him. Once the Draven starts to get to the point where, you know, you can bully out someone in lane. Now, it's not going to be an easy time for him team fighting. There's a Shockwave, there's a Cyclone, panting an ult onto him. Tidal Wave. I mean, if Draven gets a good early game, can do a hell of a lot, right? But not an easy champion to team fight with into the disruption that's coming through from Ultra Prime. Potential jump beyond the wave. Again, as you're saying, that Vamp have to really helping Xiaoya. Gets to stand aside. There's a whole wave hitting him. Goes over the wall to Skarner. After the flash, the ult comes through, and the poor Nami caught on the end of the fishhook. Henna, alone under turret now, level 6 from the Draven, level advantage there, can use that ultimate, has barrier, I just don't think it'll matter. They give the cash into the Draven, barrier to make sure he doesn't die, and that's another 2 kills to LGD, who have a 3,000 gold lead top lane. There is a Cyclone available from Sassy, but Birdle just walks at him and takes half his HP. Jump forwards in that top lane with that ultimate we're talking about. The Pantheon coming up too. Well, that makes it not very fair. It's not a 1v1, it's a 1v2. The Jace, not a big fan of globals coming into his lane from the enemy team. And the Wukong won't get the kill, but will set up for a kill over to Climber. Sassy using their first ult of the game very effectively. So, slight, you know, slight pressure towards top lane from Ultra Prime. It's not a lead. I mean, Birdle had been doing well before that point, had a plate. Wave was denied, though, to Birdle. Doesn't have a teleport to collect that, so LGD still have a significant lead, but it's something for Sassy. Now, later into the game, if you do get a big Cyclone and a big Shockwave onto Jace and Draven, Jace or Draven, really, then LGD have a few issues. You can't really do that to the Skarner very easily, it's worth noting. Now, Skarner's pretty, yeah, pretty hard to take down like that. Grub started by that Skarner. ult towards that top side. It's another global, but this time it's in favor of the Jace. That definitely helps the Rise and pulls out that realm. But there's teleport coming through. They're going for this play anyway, and wow, I mean, it's another just fish on the end of the line. Sassy did teleport back up there after immediately going bot side. The Draven ultimate flies past. He's alone on bot lane now. Fight for the top scuttle. YCX, he could get caught out here. Doesn't have flash. Empowered ability, though, not going to be pulled out by Climate. Was rune prisoned. Not realm prisoned. Before he could pull that trigger. Skarner back out of base. Protoplasm belt. Harness, rather. Built up at the 9-minute mark. Nice and early completion from him. Of course, both junglers with a kill, so a little bit of extra gold to their name. Bloodthirster for Shaya. 3 kills to him. 2,000 gold lead to the Draven. And Ultra Prime, I suppose they're waiting to see when they can use that Pantheon ult next. The draft is, again, very disruptive. If they can get onto one of the squishy carries like the Draven or the Jace, they should have the damage for that. They should do. Although, I mean, the Draven's going to be quite hard to take down at, like, if you get to, like, 1 item in boots, Draven having a Bloodthirster and Tabby really hurts Ultra Prime. YCX getting bush control again. The Corki Nami has just not managed to succeed here. Xiaoxia and Henna have not had much control here. Dauntless taking his time to go for a recall. They're actually afraid of that bush there. They didn't realize, of course, they didn't have vision on the Nautilus, who has gone onto a reset now. Been able to buy, get wards. And potentially going topside. There's a flash for the Wukong. I think they'd be happy just taking a flash here to get that Q. Shock Blast does land here. Okay, it's gonna fly through the wall. There's still a clone available, I think. No. You cheeky monkey. Presses the S key like any good Wukong player does. Fakes him out and then clones after. That was nice. That was nice. Good stuff there. Didn't have to lose much HP for that one. Tongyuan in a bit of a weird spot here. Flashes the shockwave. You know that Riot specifically coded the animation for Wukong pressing the S key to look as though it's like a sudden stop with the clone? So the animation which Wukong's real body does is the same as what the clone would do if you press W. Dragon taken by LGD, that'll be 2 for them. Gold lead over 3,000 now, heading up towards the 4,000 mark. Eski is the most broken skill on Wukong. It depends how much you use it, because if you use it and you fake them out too many times, then they get wise to it. You need to choose when you're going to do it, you know? Because once they know you're playing those mind games, then it becomes much less powerful, I feel. Flash forwards, hook in the river, and that's... I mean, it's a pretty good flash follow-up from Hung, but it's not quite on time. So, in fact, it's not a pretty good follow-up, actually. It sadly can't follow on to the end of the fish hook again. Xiaoxia loses the flash, and the Nami's not having a good time. I mean, it does leave them open to killing them the next time, but YCX and Hung down their summoners now, those flashes. They do have levels... No, they don't have the ultimates. Of course, they just use both of them, actually. Potential smite away goes to Climber. No smite from Hung was used. Shock Blast from Birdles, he dips off of that top lane. First turret hasn't been taken in the game just yet, so no tower gold coming through. Potential Pantheon ult onto Tongyuan, doesn't have flash, has Ghost. Well, I think he's a little dead here, folks. There's a Shockwave, it's Sombreros, and I don't think Tongyuan ordered anything to go with that Tex-Mex combo. Goes down fairly easily in the mid lane. Climber now wrapping around the back of bot lane, going forwards with the Cyclone. As we said, pretty hard to take down with the Bloodthirster. Flashes away, does get into the bubble though. There's a hook under tower. He uses the barrier. He's got himself a Bloodthirster. He just keeps healing. He just keeps healing. Xiaoya outplays. We said he was a little tanky, or even he just has a cloth armor and a bloodthirster, but turns out you can heal through a ton of your damage. Great outplay from Xiaoya and YCX under turret. Flash away from Hung. The Q's really damaging here. Can he get him with the ultimate? No, pincers just wide. Hung, if the Skarner hadn't had his nerfs too, the ult cast time would have killed him there too. So 2 kills in this game actually. Not claimed by the Skarner because 1 earlier, the wall stun range, or the amount of time you have to carry them towards a wall was nerfed somewhat, and then the ultimate cast time, that leading to no kills on the other side. Triforce in for Sassy, big power spike for the Wukong. Climber's not been having a bad game on the Pantheon. I feel like he's been doing pretty well actually. Sassy jumped forwards, used that Cyclone. And then Sassy realizes, okay, well, I've tanked all that I can. They didn't get to the play quick enough. Had to clone out of the Draven ultimate to get teleport from the Jace as well. I mean, at that point, they know the play is just not going to happen. Rise walking away from Tribrush. We've got objective bounties in for Ultra Prime now. Hex Optics on Xiaoya. Yeah, that's nasty. Because, I mean, it's just very cheap available stats. And Draven having the potential to have extra attack range after that first kill in the fight too is disgustingly powerful. Because all of his damage comes through auto attacks, really. Birdle will take first turret of the game in bot side. Ults away from this. The potential shockwave not quite timed. Little early Cyclone onto him anyway. Doesn't have himself a flash and tongue event. The Blue Man has been cancelled. The Blue Man group has cancelled their tour dates in locations near you. You'll have to, you know, look for a refund. 1 and 2. He's been hard focused on. See, 3 people in his lane multiple times. LGD are pushing elsewhere on the map. Birdle keeps pushing down there. I don't believe there's a flash still in the Nami. Oh my god. Corki just gets exploded. Xiaoya goes very low though. Ends up being a 2 for 1. The Draven does go down. It's a shutdown over to the Pantheon. That's good gold to him. Even though they both have 3 kills apiece, these junglers. Climber got a huge shutdown, I believe, onto Xiaoya. Doesn't help the Corki, of course. Mid lane quest completed for Tongue Yuan. A little late from him, of course, because he's been ganked a lot. Moved away from that lane. Does have his empowered boots now, though. Went for the empowered pen boots rather than something a bit more defensive, I suppose. Look, I don't think Rise really wants to go for the armor boots very often. Not into an Orianna, right, as well. You need the pen boots for kind of like your laning phase into the Orianna. If you can get empowered Merc Treads, they're so powerful. The extra shield for a lot of that poke magic damage is really nice. Dragon's Alive would be the 3rd one for LGD. Threat of that soul later. And that'll be that 3rd dragon. Ultra Prime. Well, not having that much success across the objective game. Took the top tower in terms of structural damage. Again, Hex Optics in for Xiaoya. Definitely give him a good ability to buy back. The Corki, he's a pretty bursty champion, just can't trade auto for auto versus Draven. One of the few champions he can't really. Blue buff given over to the Jace. Makes sense there. Shared between teammates. Eclipse in for Birdle. He's going for the slightly bruisier build. Bruisery build, I guess. Bit of damage onto Corki. Well, we haven't seen a Pantheon ult for a while. I mean, it's obviously down right now. Ultra Prime, they're playing quite well through Climber. You know, most of the time when we've watched Ultra Prime, it has been about how Saber's been alone on an island, really. Not a lot of the rest of the team kind of stepping up to meet him. We saw that last split anyway, certainly. Mid lane turret almost dead here. Bubble on the turret. They have a lot of CC. And YCX, well, does he have time to flash out of this? He might have to. Has himself an ultimate. Hooks to the wall. That's a long-range spider knot. Here comes the Nautilus. The Rise ultimate. Skarner caught out there. It's a pretty good extended range engage from Ultra Prime. They get the one kill. They'll be a little sad. It's only the one, actually. They thought that they'd be deserved of another kill to kill onto YCX. Hasn't died this game. They managed to get down, I think, for his first one, climbing out of 2,000 gold advantage. I think he's had double shutdowns, hasn't he? Because he got kills onto like the 4-kill Draven and then the 3-kill Skarner. He's ended up picking up an extra 2,000 gold from that. He's not ahead in farm. He is ahead in XP, it is worth noting. So he has, you know, he's gotten bits and pieces from waves, I suppose. But damn, that's a fed Pantheon. The problem is it's onto the Pantheon. You know, if it was onto the Wukong, you'd feel much better. If it was onto the Orianna, you'd feel a lot better. I think anyone else would have been easier to use it because Pantheon is quite single target. And while he's very good at taking, you know, a lot of damage, he can do a lot of damage. He's melee range and he can be shut down as he goes in for the engage because he is a lot of that first punch in a team fight. But it's a little hard for the Pantheon to you know, put out the damage in the same way that anyone longer range can do. Draven going towards Henite in third. Good little burst trade onto Henna. Of course, he can sustain up with a Bloodthirster as well, which the Corki can't do nearly as much. But the Nami will do that for them. So I'm actually lying. The Corki doesn't, but the Draven can. The Nami can. Muramana almost in for Bird. All very nearly steals that too. Muramana actually completed pretty much now. Jace normally doesn't get that early a Muramana transformation. Has to wait for that a lot of the time actually, but has it now. Very strong now with the Eclipse Muramana. No lethality means that it's not quite a glass cannon poke build though. Won't be hurting as many other Jaces. Stack Rod of Ages for Tung Yuan and the Sarah, so that's a powerful rise even though he's been shut down, quote unquote, somewhat. Bandle pipes in for the Skarnus. It's not the, you know, as we said earlier, it's not the Heartsteel build, it's the Bandle pipes Protoplasm. Hope everyone's doing well though. I hear that T1 BFX was a bit of a interesting scenario, a bit of an interesting game. Their home ground's been a bit interesting in general in terms of gameplay. Not been able to catch many of the games. How have they been? Have you been enjoying the LCK home ground? Very cool though, seeing like the LEC Roadshow, the LCK home ground. You know, with so many talks about, you know, the future of broadcast and you know, how it relates to the wider league scene, what's going to happen to traditional broadcasts. Stuff like these events being held by teams and broadcasts really, really helps, I think. You know, big events where you can kind of meet up with people who have similar interests and watch these cool matches happen. I think it's a very, very fun thing to do. Dragon up in 30 seconds, LGD looking for Mountain Soul. Some poke landing. And reminder, there is no lethality onto Bird also. It's not like his poke is as bursty. Hang on, it's not in the best position there. I was wondering if he'd get poked as he looked to contest that. Hook goes wide onto Sassy. Poke does not from the Jace, and although it's not lethality, it still does damage. Level 14 on the Jace. Walking forwards, that's a really good combo. Gets onto Shire and onto Tung Yuan, and suddenly the Draven's down. That's a lot of the gold lead going with a great engage from Ultra Prime. We said if they ever got onto the squishies with those ultimates, they could do the damage. Well, we just saw it there. Now it's really on to, I suppose, the Jace to get the damage done because the Rise is on half HP. I think they just have to leave the Dragon. Great engage from Sassy. Invisible over the wall. Xiaoya caught out. We said the Draven would have a hard time team fighting later in all the disruption. I didn't think it would come through at that point. But Ultra Prime, real credit to them. Managed to get a great engage. I presume we'll get a replay of that and see which angle he came from. There wasn't a ward over the wall at this point. So as they go towards the oh, they don't get the ward over the wall in time. Not even close. Sassy goes from out of fog of war. They walk too close to it. The Wukong does have a very good engage range. Has the ball on top of him. The Wukong Orianna combo, not as common. Works out very well there. Instant CC from the ultimate. That was a very, very good engage. Used all that disruption. Tons of CC. Good burst combo. Shire goes down. Gold lead's now gone to 2k. I mean, Sassy is trying to teleport away and he can't Can't teleport away. Does have the flash. I don't think it saves him, though. He'll save that one and say, well, I've got an ult coming up soon. He'll just look to play around that. It's an ultimate from Tongyuan and from Hung, so I guess they got into position with that Realm Warp. Five kills on Pantheon. Clima's having a hell of a game. I think that Sassy deserves a lot of praise too on the Wukong. He's actually trying to make the plays. Hard champion to play in some drafts like this. Good vision around the Baron, so Ultra Prime will know about it. YCX is spotted on the flank, has flash, has ult. He should probably go for it anyway. Hook lands into the middle of the team. Henna not CC for now. Shockwave goes onto 2. Bertle gets away from it. YCX the first person to fall, and Climate is still alive. Draven not really getting damage down, and now Draven's just dead. Draven's just dead. Ultra Prime once again teamfight very well. Tongyuan going towards the Rise. The Pantheon going into the enemy jungle chose the wrong direction to chase things over there. Hung doesn't have ultimates coming up in a handful of seconds, so once again Xiaoye goes down. It's not, again, not that much you can do in these team fights. Didn't have summoners from that last play. That might just be Baron to Ultra Prime. And the gold lead feels very decorative because so much of it's on a Draven, which at this point, as we can tell, cannot team fight. So YCX, flash forward. Then where does the ult go? Doesn't get in range onto Henna. So the ult from the Nautilus is only onto the jungle support. It's not onto Saber. It's not onto Henna. The AD carry and the mid laner end up, separating. Well, good flash forwards from Climate. And while Henna eventually goes down, it's at the cost of most of Rise's HP, and he can't continue the fight. It's in Ultra Prime, some good engages back to back. We said, look, Ultra Prime, they've only played the single series, and there wasn't a particularly happy one. LGD have played 2, they looked a lot stronger. Ultra Prime, though, they are somewhat fighting for their lives in Nirvana. A series win versus LGD would really throw Nirvana into a bit of a plot twist. I mean, we don't have that many games, so you can say it's maybe not a plot twist and just like a, just hidden levels of form and variation of it. Is it really a plot twist if they've not played enough games for us to really know how they play like? Ultra Prime, solid game here from Climate. Very good game on the Pantheon. I said, well, should they have really picked it instead of something? What was I questioning at the time? Gosh, I was thinking about something else in the jungle. But anyway. I was thinking about the Vi, that was it. I was thinking about the Vi. But Climate's done very well at using the temporary frontline capabilities of the Pantheon and the global as well. Matching the global of the Rise on the other side. Went top lane to help out Sassy. It hasn't snowballed top lane, but Sassy has now been teamfighting. He's a 2-item Wukong from top lane. Has the extra level compared to what he would have in jungle. Dragon up in a minute. LGD on the other side, though, they still have Soul Attempt. LGD. For those of you that don't know, by the way, a little bit of trivia about LGD. I say this pretty much every time they play at some point or other, but they're called Laogan Die, which is the name of a chili oil brand, which they used to be sponsored by, not in League of Legends, but I think it was in Dota back in like 2009 or something like that. And they became so synonymous with the name, even when the sponsorship ended, they kept being called LGD, or Lagandia. And you might know that sounds quite similar to Lagama, which is a very famous chili oil, even sold internationally. I have a lot of it in my kitchen. That stuff is great. If you don't have Lagama, you should get yourself some. But LGD, yeah, it sounds very similar to that, and there's a story behind that too. Perhaps after the dragon, though, because that could be Soul for LGD. Mountain Soul, that'll be the stats they need. Pantheon going into the play. Xiaoye does have summoners, gets away from the Pantheon. At first, Climate doesn't have the flash himself. YCX goes down. The ultimate is not fantastic from the Skarner. Might be enough. The Shockwave, though, is really good damage. Tongyuan and Xiaoye, they're the ones alive. They're the damage. How much can they do? Not that much, because the Pantheon gets himself the point-and-click stun onto the Draven. Once again, Climate starting and ending things well. There's a kill onto the core key from the Rise, but can't get Climate down because he's in the GA. Another Mountain Soul attempts denied. LGD do not walk away with the Soul. Ultra Prime, another great team fight through the Pantheon. Hey, no worries, Amber, appreciate you. But yeah, Lagan Dia sounds very similar to Lagamar, because Lagan Dia as a basically tried to rip off the branding of Lagamar, and they use exactly the same packaging. And so Lagamar means like old great aunt, and theirs was old great uncle or something like that. They used a very similar naming thing. Anyway, get yourself some Lagamar. Good stuff. Shaya had to flash away from the engage. Very good ult from Climate. Getting the Draven to flash with a pinpoint ult like that's quite hard to do. Look, Tango does a lot of damage, but the front line just evaporates. The Skarner can't just sit there tanking up the Corki and the Orianna and the Pantheon too when they're this fed. Shaya just can't fight. And Climate's done a great job of shutting him down multiple times. Shaya doesn't know what to do in the 5v5s. I suppose what LGD should be doing is looking for more split fights. I mean, Tongyuan does 9,000 damage in that team fight. What? Over 9,000? Ultra Prime, really good team fighting. We praised the composition, saying, well, we thought it'd be fun and said, you know, the disruption is there, and if they landed that damage onto 2 squishy carries, then that works very well. They've actually consistently managed to shut down both the Draven and the Jace. 3-item Jace. I feel like LGD just somehow should have found more split picks. I think if they go towards 5v5s, I think they're destined to lose. I think they've learned that the hard way now. Ultra Prime now have 2 Mountain Dragons themselves. Birdall with all the gold can't do anything. I mean, it's not a glass cannon Jace build, so the poke's not going to be as impactful. You kind of need to go for this kind of build into fighter matchups, otherwise you get solo kill kind of on cooldown by champions like this. Pantheon's coming out again. It's going into top jungle, so it's actually Ultra Prime the ones looking for this. The split pick might go the way of LGD this time. Has Climate gone too far for the first time? No, the E helps quite a lot. Birdall on the flank. Good tidal wave to disengage. Now, this is the kind of point where I think that LGD should be trying to pull the Realm Warp in the next minute and try and look for their own split pick. And LGD, they've lost a bit of their proactivity. It's hard for them to get vision up. They have some shallow vision, but nothing deep to figure out where the enemy team is. It's quite hard doing it into the Orianna, who can kind of shockwave your landing point, but I think LGD should be looking for some kind of split play now. Heal to jump forwards, looking for potentially for a stun. Climber can't get that. Climber didn't want to pull the flash either. Birdall pushing in a bot lane. Notice there's no Pantheon ult anymore. He's winning against the Wukong. Doesn't stick around in bot lane though. We'll recall now. Orianna turns up anyway. Didn't want to potentially die for the crystallized proc. Suppose he goes to something like the Cyrilda's next. Probably. Or GA. GA would also be not bad. Probably has to be Cyrilda's though, into double Mountain Dragon and stuff like the even just like the Guardian Angel armor becomes quite annoying. You want some armor shred. Shaya, for all the gold he's had, has not been able to team fight. No, I know Hen has died a lot too, because Tongyuan has just gunned him down with the actualizer. Infinity Edge almost there from Shaya. Almost wonder if it should be a GA instead. I know the Infinity Edge is so core to Draven, but almost wonder if it should be a GA. 2-man Baron started. The Skarner can theoretically tank this for kind of forever. They're heading over though. They're aware that vision has been lost on it. Heading over now. We see it regenning, so they know it was started. Climate does have ult. You could look to ping it on. In fact, he might. Oh, hang on. Did he just steal that? He did. Damn. Good shot, Birdall. Steals the Scuttle Crab. Gives him some vision control. That's not bad. It's not bad at all. Infinity Edge has been completed by Shaya now. He does have flash. Finally, ult goes wide from Climber. Good acceleration gate from Birdall to help Shaya run out of that. YCX caught out a little bit at the front. Bit of CC back. Climber isn't going to get hit by the Skarner. Not great from him either. As the shockwave pull flashes forwards and nothing happens from it. The shockwave's going to take down the front line. Sassy into the back line. Birdall firing over the wall. It's not bad. Shaya flashes away. It's just not enough. The front line's gone too early. Tongyuan is great damage from him. He just can't get there in time. Birdall is alive for once in one of these fights. So the damaging members are still alive from LGD. Is it enough? I don't know if it is. And the front line is just evaporating. It's been a poor game from the Skarner. I'm really struggling. Baron will be the prize for Ultra Prime. Dragon is up in 35 seconds. LGD, what's the plan? They're teleporting in with the Jace. They really want to see if they can disrupt them on the backs. If they stop the recall so they get some kills, they might be able to get Dragon afterwards. Powered recalls coming through. Couldn't steal the Baron there. Now Birdall doesn't have teleport for the Dragon up in 15 seconds. Tongyuan will push in mid lane. There won't be a Pantheon ult for this next Dragon, it's worth noting. Hung, it's about I think he feels like he should have dragged the Pantheon into the wall. Didn't work like that. Dragon spawning now. Panther will be running out of base. Saber flashed away from the ultimate of the Skarner. Sassy got into the back line. Okay, we really need to get into live now. We need to get into live because LGD haven't managed to start the dragon on cooldown. Ultimate's almost back up again for Ultra Prime. Tongman does have flash. I mean, a flash rise into the backline might be enough. Saber on the other side is 5-1 and 10 on the Orianna. And Dragon just goes down. LGD, I mean, and, oh my god, that was so close. Draven almost steals it. Shaya, credit to him. Bloody hell, that was close. And out of vision. Oh, Rise has found him out too. Climber is rammed into the wall here. They don't pull the Skarner ult just yet. He has a GA. There's a teleport coming in from Sassy. Very good stand aside. And that means that Shea survives the initial jump onto him by the Wukong, but no one's helping him. No one's helping the Draven at all. The hook finally comes in. It's a little bit late to the peel party, but Sassy will likely fall now. 2 for 1. LGD end up taking down the two members there. Bird on the top lane pushing uninterrupted to LGD. Will get themselves an inner turret. They'll end up getting themselves 2 kills, importantly, for the cost of just the 1. Reminder, this is a game where Ultra Prime had to get objective bounties because of the early gold lead extended by LGD, particularly with that Draven. Crystallize will get another plate there. Bot lane out, the turret still standing after all this time. Seraphs popped by Saber. 10 stack Dark Seal. 4 item Orianna with a death cap. Yes, you hurt. Oh yeah, if you want to add anything to 7 TV, just add it. It's fine. Nothing that'll get me in trouble, you know, but anything outside of that's fine. Appreciate that. Oh yeah, I already called out the stream streaks as well. But Seraph, appreciate your stream streak too. I called it out for Montez. I'm not sure if I did for you. If you're enjoying what you're listening to, by the way, please think about dropping a like, comment, subscribe. And I hope you're having a wonderful day. Yeah, I think Vasu can too. In fact, there was a really funny emote that was added back in like 3 years ago by Vasu that had to get removed this year because it was a little bit sus. But we haven't figured that out for like years. Oh gosh. Dragon now 3 minutes away. We're getting a long game for our first one here. Heading up beyond the 35-minute mark. Ultra Prime have pretty much won every 5v5 in this game. I think it was a mistake of Shea not to go GA. He's just not been able to stand and fight. The damage is good, but I just think the GA was needed. Jumping onto the front line again. The Skarner is not tanky at all. And he goes down. The front line just can't stand and fight. Because that's happening to your front line. What's going to happen to the back line? I mean, there's no Baron buff left. There's no Dragon to take here. So Ultra Prime will be settling for towers instead. Wave coming through. Crystallize will hit this in one shot, no doubt. There you go. Ult from the Draven, a half wave clears. It's happening on the map while Tungyuan recalled. He has himself a Serylda's now, so look, Jace is strong. If he gets onto, you know, Saber or Henna, maybe he can one-shot them, but I think the Orianna one-shots him first. You're at a 40-minute TFT game? Are you kidding me? TFT can last that long? Didn't realize. Jesus. Medjai's in for Saber again. I'll keep saying this until the cows come home. Get Medjai's early if you're going to get it. Getting it late means that you... So particularly in a game like this, Saber has overcapped Dark Seal like a million times because the limit is 10 stacks and the limit for Medjai's is double that, or over double at 25. So if you upgrade your Medjai's late after you've got a lot of kills, you've denied yourself the ability really to snowball even harder. And in terms of like item slot efficiency, like a 10 stack Dark Seal and 10 stack Medjai's is good, it is, but you really want to make the most of it. Get it early rather than late, because you're really only using the Medjai's for one fight now. Like, Medjai's is best as a second item. Shock Blast not bad from Birdall. Again, it's not the complete you know, glass cannon build. Cooldown reduction is not bad on here though. You'll be able to get multiple Shock Blasts off within a decent window. Dragon in less than a minute now. What summoners are we missing? Pretty much nothing besides YCX's stuff. YCX doesn't have summoners. That is important. The Nautilus has been dying in the front line a lot. I think that Hung and Xiaoyu have been probably the biggest underperformers here from LG. Sorry, Hung and YCX have been the biggest underperformers in the team fights. Where, you know, the Draven, you can understand him not being able to do that much. The front line just kind of walking up and dying. That's not really acceptable in a game like this. I get you have to face check. Someone has to. They've managed to get control of the river, though. Credit to LGD. Looking for that Pantheon ult, looking for the Shock Blast, looking for Shock Wave. Pushing at the mid lane again. Could come down to one last fight. Imagine it will be jumping forwards again. Where's the CC chain? Not there this time. Shockwave onto one, trying to kill the jungler. Walking forwards is the Wukong now, but the damage hasn't really been done to the backline just yet. Does it matter? It's no, because it's the front line just disintegrating. Again, Tongyuan trying to use the actualizer, can't get the Q off. Birdle tries to go into melee range, but the backline just can't get it done. In time, Xiaoyu very nearly assassinates, but Ultra Prime win through in the team fights. They realize they can just slaughter the front line. And that has been their winning ticket. The backline has not been able to do the damage. Ultra Prime form up into 5v5 ranks, give pitched battle, and LGD are routed from the field. Birdle is alive, trying to clear out the wave. I don't think he's going to be able to at all. Doesn't have the flash either. Climb has GA, he has his passive up too. This should be the end of the game. The question is how much Birdle can do to the wave. Gets a little bit done. Flash forward to the empowered W. Gets some good damage, but not nearly enough. Tower goes down for the first time. Second tower will go down, and Ultra Prime will win game one. Important series for them. Lost their first series of Group Nirvana. Getting a win here would soothe some fears and doubts for Ultra Prime. Well, I appreciate everyone for joining me today for LPL action. I'm gonna have to try and figure out this frame rate stuff. We're dropping some frames, I think. Like the FPS is a little low here, so apologies about that. In terms of player of the game, for me, oh shit, I think it has to. Oh, I mean the ult in mid lane was really, really good from Sassy. I think I'd give it to Climber. I think I would give it to Climber, but Sassy is definitely in there too. It'll be one of the two of them, and I'll be happy with either of them. Okay, I'm gonna go quickly change the audio over. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not sure what's happening with the whole OBS frame rate thing. It is definitely a bit of an issue though, and I don't know why. Don't know why that is. But there is definitely a frame rate issue, and I'm not sure why. I'm gonna have to put an ad break, so I'm gonna do that. And we'll watch the highlights after. Is there any other program? Okay, just if there's any system sounds, I'm sorry here. Oh, sorry, that's me. That's me. My bad. My bad. I'm just gonna make sure I'm closing any secondary programs which are open. I don't have that many open anyway, but worth checking, you know. I even changed my encoder, you know, to change. See if things will work a little better. I think it's been okay. I actually think the frame rate's a little better now. I think it is. We'll see. Okay, I'm gonna go change the encoder around now and just see if the encoder can... if that changes anything. Hopefully it'll be fine. Hopefully anyway. Okay, right, I'm gonna go on a quick break, folks. I'm gonna leave with the highlights and I'll be right back. Okay, hello everyone. Is there anything I can do about this app? Player of the game, we'll find out who that is. Hey, it was Climber. I thought he was really good on the Pantheon. I thought he was really good on the Pantheon. Do they often lose the game like the first game like that often? We've only seen one series from Ultra Prime, so we don't know on that side of things. LGD, this is only the third series. We just don't have the weight of games, and obviously LGD haven't played for a little while either, you know? It's quite hard to tell that kind of stuff. Hey, 75 stream streak. Appreciate you, see me. Really appreciate you. Okay, folks, I'm gonna go try and fix the frame rate thing again. So 1 second, folks. In fact, I might actually just... Yeah, give me like 1 second. I'm gonna figure things out just real quick. I think I can get things working again. But I'm just gonna make sure that I can... I'm just gonna reload here, basically. Like, right from base. Hopefully that'll be fine. I'm just gonna hope this is okay. And then, yeah, give me like 1 second. Hopefully this should be fine. Come on, where are you at? Okay, well, it's not loading right now. There we go. Cool, that works. Cool. Okay, let's add the display in. Let's do that. Okay, let's do this. Let's select this. And that should be okay, I think. I think the frame rate's actually better though. Okay, hopefully that's fine. Anyway, we'll hope that works. Oh, right. Oh, I've got to change this thing over as well. Okay, yep. My bad. Hang on 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. I guess I've now got to change that over to this. Let's get rid of that. And then let's put that in, and then we're going to put this way at the bottom. Sorry about the foes. It's just like some, you know, tech issues as it happens. Hopefully this is fine now. I think that's okay on frame rate now. I think the problem was I changed over I started doing the window capture when it wasn't full screen, and then I full screened it after, and it changed some stuff. I don't know. I think it just went weird after that. I think we're okay now. But yeah, first series might have a bit of a lower frame rate. But yeah, LGD. You know, they 2-1'd OMG, they 2-0'd EDG, and the EDG one I remember being quite dominant, and that was... in fairness, that was only 3 days ago, actually, so I was saying, oh, we hadn't seen them play for a while. Their first series was like 2 weeks ago. But, yeah, their last one was actually... Ultra Prime, I mean, we haven't seen Ultra Prime for like a week and a half. I haven't seen this since last Wednesday. Okay, tell you what I also need to do at some point too. I need to do my UMA runs. I need to do my UMA. Oh, I haven't done my ad break yet. Need to run my ad break, I think. Wait, have I? No, I already did that. It's okay. We are okay. Oh, cool. Nice. They dropped a game versus the most struggling OMG team. Yeah, this is Nirvana though, so, you know. Nirvana is Nirvana. It'll happen. Yeah, okay. I guess I do like... I think I can... I just want to get to Group A finals. As long as I can get to Group A finals, I'm fine on UMA. Like, I haven't, again, really full sense it on team building. I've got a good Augury cap, and Augury cap is good, you know, like Christmas Augury. Well, I won my first race on the ticket. Yesterday, I went like 5-5, 4-3 on my tickets. Absolutely insane yesterday for me. Those are a ton of emotes, Amber. Half of me just wonders if I just add in all the ones that K-Drill has, so like K-Drill viewers can kind of like have a, you know, like have their fix here. No, it's okay, Amber. It's all good. Okay, pretty close to game 2 now. We should be getting back onto stage soon. Oh my god, there's 3 Christmas auguries. There are 3 Christmas auguries. Holy shit, my Summer Marazensky. I have a Summer Marazensky without groundwork and it's still somehow doing pretty well. I don't think anyone would say NIP over BLG. Yeah, I mean, yeah, scheduling, regular season and LPL is very variant. There's that, like, the schedule is all over the place in terms of, like, teams playing, like, 2 games in a row. People being able to prep better or worse for some teams. Yeah, regular season is very high variance. It's very different from playoffs. On stage again, let's get ourselves that music switched over. Okay, I'm 3 out of 3 for my, like, okay, yeah, frame rate's fixed, we're good, cool. I think the problem was the way that I started the window capture this morning. Okay, I'm into Group A finals on my first ticket. Let's go. In terms of what we can expect from the second game, let me just change over to my own camera as well, so you can see my own beautiful face or something like that. Not when it's that big though. Let's get over to the side of the screen. Game 1 removed some power picks like that Ryze and Orianna. Still has stuff like the Jarvan, the Rumble, the Varus, Ashe Seraphine, Lucian Milio, which has become a powerful bot lane. It's very interesting because with the Lucian Milio added in, I feel like there's another set of power picks you have to be aware of, which is that Lucian Milio. It's another, you know, I would call that a game 1 bot lane. That is one of the most dominant bot lanes on the patch, perhaps the most dominant. Karma banned away, so you still have Lucian Milio, you still have Jarvan, you still have Ashe Seraphine. Would you choose the Seraphine over the Jarvan? I mean, Jarvan's pretty good into both of them. You don't have great follow-up though in terms of there's no, well, I guess you could go like Jarvan Aurora. Jarvan Aurora or Jarvan Annie could be kind of crazy. You want the Jarvan either way, I think. I think you're aiming now probably for like a Lucian Milio Jarvan Annie kind of angle. Because the Annie brings the engage, which the Lucian Milio doesn't. So what does Xiaoyu and YCX want to do? Oh, there is well, I don't think the Ezreal's fantastic here. I prefer the Lucian Milio. Jarvan you have to take now, otherwise that'll get snapped up by Ultra Prime. And then I think you look for the Lucian Milio. I think that's the lane we've seen consistently do the best versus the Ashe Seraphine. Then Ultra Prime, if you assume that's going to happen, you actually might take the Annie. But then it's not great into the Milio, but you might want to take it away from them. So, yeah, we're pretty on point with the draft tin now. Ultra Prime. Well, you're locking the Ashe, and then do you lock something into the Jarvan? Shinzao, I guess. Yeah, fair play. It's very good with the Ash Seraphine. Ash Seraphine Shinzao is a really good 3v3 bot lane, very good Death Ball core. Because Shinzao can at least pop ult, benefit from the Seraphine shields, and just kind of take a very long team fight that way. Shrug off the initial burst and then, like, benefit from the enchanter long term. Shinzao with any kind of enchanter is really good. Milio will get locked in, and then we get more interesting stuff with the bans, because I think we should be banning Annie Aurora from Ultra Prime, maybe. Because if you're locking in Emilio, you need more engage elsewhere. The Jarvan's engaged, but he doesn't want to be the only person engaging. So by that logic, LGD probably do want something like Sion or Annie so they can engage too. So I think that Ultra Prime want to ban that, and then the Aurora, which is the other one I mentioned, is because you can just... Aurora can always follow the Jarvan. Always follow the Jarvan. So Ultra Prime, what do they want? Well, the logic is sometimes a little bit different from this. We have seen stuff like the Ambassador with it, because the Ambassador is so good at kind of like diving in and extended the Encore, and then benefiting from the enchanters as well. I've personally liked seeing stuff like the Cassante with it, because as long as you're not outranged, then the Cassante just kind of lives for forever, because he's already hard enough to kill, and the Seraphine keeps him alive even longer. Ari banned away from Tongyuan. It's a long engage range, I suppose. I would have personally banned away the Annie Aurora. Why the Ari specifically? I don't think that's that high priority, is it? Surprised at that. Twisted Fate banned away from Saber. And the Vayne banned away, so well, they want a Gnar then, don't they? Do you take the... Wait, do you just take the Gnar as LGD now? Counterpick mid lane? Yeah, just lock in Gnar, why not? What else is there in top lane that... Well, yeah, you lock in the Gnar. You've just banned the Gnar counter, so what do you do now? The Sassy, I guess you go with the Cassante, but you lose against the... Oh, I mean, the Yorick's okay. Yeah, the Yorick's okay here. Did they ban the Vayne to bait the Gnar pick on the other side? But I don't think that LGD hate having the Gnar anyway, right? And the Aurora, as we said, quite valuable here. Now, Tongyuan last pick. I think you should be looking at something like the Annie. The Annie into the Aurora is a fine matchup. You can LeBlanc for lane dominance. LeBlanc for lane dominance actually might be okay. Kali's a bit of a rough matchup into the Aurora, so I think you're looking at Annie LeBlanc. LeBlanc for lane dominance, Annie for more engage. Those are the two which I would say would be better to pick in here. Hovering over that Syndra. It's locked in, alright, they go Syndra instead. Could have also Meld here, by the way. Meld would have been very good into the Ash Seraphine. Go for the Syndra, very bursty though. Okay, I'm going to go put on an ad break before we get into game, folks. If you don't want to see ads, subscribe. Help support the channel as well. There's no official broadcast for the LPL English anymore, so you have to support streams like this if you want to see more LPL content. Syndra for Tongyuan, very bursty. No one on the other side. Well, Shinzao's okay into it because you can pop ult while she pops hers and you often survive. Ash Seraphine can pick her off. I don't love the Syndra. I don't think the engage range is very long. You can't follow the engage from that long a range. I think that the Ash Seraphine, if they ever ping you with an ult, you feel awful. I would have preferred LeBlanc or Annie. I would have preferred either of them, really. Alright, let's get into game. Olaf good into Shinzao Ash Seraphine? It is, yeah, it is actually. Olaf top is actually pretty good into this kind of combo. You're right, that's a good call out. Yes, and Lucian Milio is good in a 2v2 anyway. Being able to remove the CC of the Ash Seraphine makes it even more valuable here. Let's get ourselves into game 2. It's a question about, well, why if the Milio is good into the Ash Seraphine, why the Lucian? Because Milio doesn't do damage. You need someone that does a crazy amount of damage, and Lucian does very, very well with everything that Milio does. you dash forward with the extended auto attack range, it means that your DPS is a lot more consistent. And the big thing about Lucian is that his damage goes through the roof if you can consistently heal and shield him in the way that Milio does. The reason for that is that his passive isn't just you cast an ability and then you get to double tap after. It's you can't. If someone heals or shields you, your next 2 autos end up getting extra damage, which is why he also ends up taking stuff like the barrier too and the heal for the supports. If you go heal barrier, it actually gives more damage to the Lucian, but then if anyone is hard CC'd around you or you have a heal and shield applied to you, you end up getting your vigilance passive, which is where a lot of your damage comes through. And Milio is very, very good at that. And that makes up for the damage, which Milio doesn't have, basically. Milio is the lowest kill per game average champion in the game, I believe. So no one gets less kills than Milio per game on average in League of Legends. Xiaoya signature was driven. Yep, no, Xiaoya, formerly known as Savior, formerly known as Xiaoya. You know, the Draven, his signature pick. Probably should have mentioned that more in the last game, really, but there was a point where Xiaoya was a big Ezreal and Senna player too. But the Draven was the one he picked out the most where he could, although didn't always find the success on it. He's been better this split, Decent glow up from him so far. Xiaoya used to have a really bad habit of throwing late game. That's one of the big things I remember about this player back in, like, is it 23? But like every late game, you just would count on him getting caught out once per game. He was getting subbed out. I think it was LP and Xiaoya who ended up getting like substituted out for each other, something like that. Can't remember exactly who it was. There was a substitute situation. I remember that. Olaf is really broken right now in the right spots, but no one builds or plays around it correctly. Some people do, but yeah, often Olaf just ends up being left alone to dive into like 4 people. We saw Rooster try it versus KC yesterday, right? Very good game. Very, very fun game, but yeah. Syndra doing okay into the Aurora. The Syndra is quite vulnerable. I'm really quite worried about the Syndra and the value it'll bring in this game. You are such a sitting duck for, you know, you're such a sitting duck for the enemy team. You are. And if the Ash ult hits you, then you're just in a really awkward spot. And you know, you'd have to use your flash. You don't have, you can go pro to belt second. In fact, this game might be a pro to belt second angle for the Syndra because of that. Does that change anything actually? Only scared about J4 and Syndra. Seraphine is about the healing and shielding. She's also about the huge engage and the lane pressure too. It's the big thing about the Seraphine, right? Is that there are champions which enchant better than her. None of the enchanter champions engage better or have better lane pressure than her, though. She is very, very dominant in the early phase of the game compared to most enchanters. Of course, again, the Lucian Milio is a bit of a odd one out for that. Ooh, potential jump over the wall from Hung. Does get over there. We'll have to wait a little bit longer for the flag drag to be back up. It's about a 10-second cooldown at this point in the game, maybe a little bit longer. Shasha doesn't put the wall down, jumping forwards, getting good damage. Presumably just gets the bits of damage down. Flashes early, has to flash to redirect for the knockup. That will lead to the kill, though. Great pathing from Hung. And it does fire back quite well with the Ranger's focus, but Xiaoya, with the press the attack active and the next cooldown's coming back up, will have kill combo onto Ash soon. Climber not able to get anything onto Syndra. No worries, Cloud Jumper. I do need to actually hydrate though. Keep yourself fed and watered in chat, folks. Dragon started by Ultra Prime. Now, in terms of the late game team fights in this game, look, last game, Ultra Prime did a really good job of like punishing the Draven who just couldn't team fight very effectively into that composition. This time it should be a lot easier for LGD to team fight, so hopefully we get some more even ones there. Dragon over to Ultra Prime. Sassy, of course, a player who, when Sassy came into the league, And he was an LGD with Climber. Of course, Sassy and Climber playing against their old team here today. Of course, I really should have mentioned that earlier, but Sassy and Climber playing against the team that they debuted onto. Now, Sassy was a big Jax lane-dominant player where he was trying to play for these very knife's edge 10 HP outplays. So he does like his laning matchups. And Climber was Neferi player at the time. He was very aggressive on champions like that. It's very, very good on the Pantheon last game. Saber, good combo onto Tongyuan. I did just get Hydra Reserve, so I'll count that one if that's okay. And a Roast Reserve too. I'll have to think about it. Remind me of that one after game if I don't get to it in game, by the way. Ult for the Maiden under turret there. Does he have the wallop? He does. Oh, you don't want to lose the ult if you can help it. That's a really cheap loss of the Maiden. Really cheap loss of it. But all credit to him. Ulk's going mid. We said that. Oh, potentially really dangerous. Goes onto the jungler instead. Wait, did that steal a small raptor? That's funny as hell. Very nearly kills him anyway, though. No Q. Onto him. Flash away from that. Tongyuan could have flashed to the side and ulted, I think. Would have been very dangerous. Not sure what other cooldowns he had left, but Saber saw the kill angle. We said that it was a vulnerable Syndra pick, and I think we're being proved right there, chat. Lane is great for Tongyuan now, especially against a flash. Well, I mean, flashless to flashless. Yeah, it's better for the Aurora. Syndra without flash is so vulnerable. Hung's level 6. A camp behind, nothing really that notable in the jungle matchups, so we got to get rid of those out of it. Don't we? Be gone. Cull brought up by Shaya. Don't always see that from the Lucian. Lucian not always our biggest Cull builder. And the problem with stuff like Cull is that onto champions which are very ability focused, Cull doesn't really give you any stats to use with your abilities. That's why we don't see as much on Corki and stuff like that too. You typically see Cull on very auto-attack heavy champions, which I think is a mistake. I think it should be built on more people. I think there are actually some mages which can build it too. Top laners can definitely build it. Sometimes you see Gnar do it. I mean, obviously very auto-attack reliant champion makes sense, right? I think Cull is just an item which more people should build, really. I know that LS has been saying you should go to hang on a second. He doesn't quite get the cleanse in time. You can technically Mikhail's that because it takes half a second to arm that ultimate. It has to blow the flash because of it. Okay, flash ult down from the Millia. That's not bad. The Azir should be going Cull, in my mind, in some points. Because Azir has been slowed down in his scaling so much. He does need a bit of extra help for that. Dark Seal for Tongyuan, went for the cooldown boots early, no surprise. Essence Reaver first from Shai, so he's not going for the Kraken Slayer build, going towards the Essence Reaver bursty Sheen procs. Fight over the Scuttle Crowd, teleport in for that from the Yorick. Good stun there from Tongyuan, flashing forward though onto the flash, the Syndra. Is there any follow-up? Not certain on that point. Yes, there is. Saber gets in range. The Aurora always has to follow up. The Encore is extended and the Blast Cone does technically bring him back into it. He won't change the outcome of that, but hey, a little bit funny for a second there. To Tongyuan, that flashless Syndra. We said it was an issue. We said it could be a problem. It has ended up being that. Very vulnerable champion. Just a very vulnerable champion. And walking across through the side of the jungle, going into the Raptor respawn. So Climb with no flash now. Is there any way that LGD can play around that? They don't have that much pick potential. The more I think about it, so walk with me through this, chat. Ultra Prime can pretty much always throw out an Ashe ult. Pretty much always. In fact, there's a chance you could go for it there, actually, you know? I mean, I know that the Milio can cleanse it, but you can always look for something. LGD, when they look for picks, you kind of only have... Like, Syndra doesn't... It's too short range a lot of the time. You kind of have the culling and that's it. Hung jumps over the wall. They're looking for the big engage instead of the pick. The culling, not the best angle from Xiaoya. Y6 very, very low too. Already used that ultimate as well. I think that LGD are just losing to the death ball now. There's a Cataclysm, sure, but I don't think you pull it at this point. This is one of the things I was saying is that... Or was about to say is that LGD can't look for, like, the small picks. They have to look for the big fight. Very hard for them to consistently look for picks in the way that the Asher and the Encore can. Tongyuan stuns might end up being the difference maker later, but you have to be in the right position, and of course if you don't have flash, then prime pickings for the ults from the enemy bot lane. I hope the meta shifts away from Ash Seraphine. I mean, this is the thing, right? Fearless helps a little bit with that. That's one thing which I will give Fearless, is that you only have to deal with like a really annoying set of champions for one game. I think that Fearless hasn't really brought, and this is one of the things I was saying, particularly in LPL at least, I don't think Fearless changed that much. Not that much, because LPL already did have quite wide champion pools. What we're seeing from Fearless is, across like 2 or 3 games, you still see the same 4 junglers and like 4 mid laners and a handful of bot lanes. Like, you're going to see Ash Seraphine, Lucian Melee has been added into the pool. You might see an Ezreal Bard. And then maybe a Varus lane if it gets through. You know, like, bot lane has been very solved at this point in terms of draft. Jungle is all Xin Zhao, Jarvan, Pantheon vibe. Maybe a Wukong if you're lucky. Maybe a Skarner. Yeah, the more I think of the more I've talked about, you know, Fearless is here to stay now. I think it's fair to say. I don't think we're gonna see that walked back. But I always thought that Fearless was more for the West than it was for particularly LPL. LPL always had large champion pools. We were playing some weird stuff well before that. A lot of teams kind of lends itself towards that. Assault going towards mid lane. Good flash, but the flash does have to be blown. Syndra really not enjoying that. Encore thrown into bot side. Not sure I love Ultra Prime making plays on 2 sides of the map at once, but they're getting good damage onto the Syndra, onto the Jarvan rather. Tongyuan melee range is Saber, now gets the ult thrown onto him, misses the, it's so close from Saber. Gets the shield from the Seraphine that might end up saving his life, and indeed it does. Syndra, I cannot believe Syndra lived there, especially with the flash being blown just a minute before. Not even that, like 20 seconds before. Ultra Prime, get the better of the HP trades though. Heal up a little bit with the Seraphine, get the blue buff steal, get flashes out of mid jungle. Yeah, Saber blows his own, but I don't think you care about that nearly as much. Xiaoxia having his flash down, that might be important. They're all doing fine in this top lane matchup. The more I'm seeing this game, the more I'm looking at Ultra Prime, and I think that they've had a good time with it. Saber having a good time on the Aurora. Very good time on the Aurora. I don't get the Syndra last pick, chat. I don't get it. I think that Annie might have been better. I think that the Aurora themselves, obviously not available because Ultra Prime took it away from them. The LeBlanc for lane dominance would have been a little harder to play around in terms of team fighting, but maybe it would have given them some more pressure to have some presence in the early game. It's very kind of you, EA is cringe. Yeah, I mean, that's damn, that'd be the dream, wouldn't it? That'd be the dream. I do miss the old LPL English crew. I miss the old LPL English broadcast. You know, I miss working with Munchables, with Nizel, with Lyric, with Hysterics. I never got to work with Dagda, but, you know, he made some very important memories for a lot of people around LPL. I do miss the old LPL English. It was a fun time. It was a very unique broadcast. Was it perfect? No. Being online definitely hurt things too. Xiaoya jumping forwards, doing the thing which Lucian Milio does well, jumping forwards in the mid lane, but the ult goes onto him. Milio forced to ult in response. The healing comes through. Ults for ults. Henna down to low HP, but not dead, of course. Victor into Aurora. It's not too bad. Jumping forwards is Climber. Good damage onto Xiaoya. Has flash and barrier, though. Not within kill threat just yet. Hung. Oh, he's not looking very happy. He dropped the flag down already, and you couldn't escape. Hung, that's a bad mistake. He's had a bad series today. The Skarner killed every time in the front line last game, and this time making a bad mistake in where he can go in. I wish LPL had a desk like LCK English. Yeah, it was really hard to do that online is the problem. Hang on, flashing forwards, Birdall. Flash for flash. Do they have kill combo here? I'm not sure. That's decent damage from the Syndra. I think one more cooldown rotation will do it. They have mini Gnar now. If he gets a Q for healing, it gets a bit scary, actually. There you go. I don't know. I think at this point it's into kill range. And had no flash for that. Do they have ults on bot lane? No, so they can't follow up. Kill for Tungren. That's not bad. 2 Dark Seal stacks for him. Yeah, so the thing about having a desk is that if you just have casters, and we did basically have a quote-unquote desk, it was just the casters between games. We determined our graphics and we had graphics between games. The thing about paying for, like, having a desk is that you have to pay extra people to be on desk. That's the problem, right? And when costs are high, paying extra people to be on desk is just not... Hang on a second, Climber might go for the steal. Goes in, does he get it? Yes, he does, and he gets into the getaway car! He gets into the escape vehicle! Does he go for the knockup? No, he should just ride it somewhere into bot lane. He won't be able to stick around. He doesn't have the HP to drive it into a tower. Good stuff, Climber. Great smite away. Good presence of mind to flash towards the Herald. What happened that people stopped building Heartsteel? Protoplasm Harness was just a better, more consistent item in Pro. And unlike solo queue and scrims, you don't just randomly fight enough to get Heartsteel stacking. If Heartsteel is stacked, obviously it's a very good item. When it's not stacked, it's a bit weak. Arrow's going bot side. Does it nail him? Yes, it does. Damn, that's a good shot. That'll be ulted underneath the turret. Doesn't have flash. It's about to go mega. I don't think they kill him from that. They don't have the damage. Did they overlap their skills well enough? Not sure. Well, they didn't have the Aurora ultimate. It does mean the Birdall's out of lane now. Sassy maybe getting dove here, and indeed he is. Dark Procession, the scout of the week. Sassy's going very, very low. Dies to a Q. Climber up in towards that top lane now. Dark Procession not enough to save Sassy in that top lane. He's now behind 1.6k. We said he liked his, you know, flippy lane dominant matchups. This is the problem with Sassy, though, is that he likes that, but it doesn't mean he always wins them. Hey Sam, how you doing, by the way? Baby Driver type skills. He needs the music in his ears. Baby Driver was a good film. I enjoyed that film. I only saw it the once, but I have fond memories of the soundtrack to it. Want a coffee? I would love a coffee, Sam. You're a saint. I've got a cup in my room. You can come in and get it if you want. Hang on, jumping into bot side. Ult for ult traded. Saber, decent damage there. Not the best anti-tank, well, anti-bruiser damage there. Birdall not having the easiest time. I think it's actually been quite intelligent of Ultra Prime to put the Aurora versus the Gnar. The Aurora probably would be doing better versus the Syndra, but I don't think that the Yorick can hold the Gnar from this kind of disadvantage. Well, let's say that the Yorick's not been able to hold the Syndra anyway, so what am I talking about, I suppose? I think the actual theory is fair. I mean, it means that Birdall's not just perma-pushing and he's not just taking turrets for free. Because Sassy just shouldn't have died on the other side of the map as often. Why did Syndra build Blackfire? Isn't it mega useless here? It's just very good slow burn cooldown reduction build. Blackfire's always been a pretty good item onto Syndra because she's pretty good at like keeping up high cooldown and getting that burst off. Her AP ratios are also just incredibly high. So if you get Blackfire burning on multiple people, like if you get a multi-man stun, you end up getting like an, like extra 8% AP. It does genuinely make a big difference. Although it has been nerfed a lot, you're right. It's Blackfire is not nearly as strong as it once was. Birdall takes himself first turret of the game. Wow, 20 minutes until first turret fell. I mean, I knew that Saber was doing a good job holding it. I hadn't quite realized that towers hadn't gone down yet. 3,000 gold lead to LGD. Infernal Soul Point though to Ultra Prime. Because of that smite earlier, Infernal Soul Point, very, very happy. Sassy's just gonna die on the side lane again. Tang Yuan, well, I was a little bit worried about how, vulnerable the Syndra would be. Just some great damage down there, though. Teleport coming in from the Aurora, jumping forwards, goes on towards Tang Yuan. The ult from the Ashe doesn't land, but, I mean, Sassy gets the kill. They've overstayed. They don't get the kill onto the Yorick. There's a minute till Dragon. If Draven takes too long to die, there is a chance, actually, that he dies in time for Dragon. So, the plan for Ultra Prime here should be kill the Jarvan, but make it slow. I'm not sure they can follow through, though. No, he makes it out. can't get him down. If they'd been able to stop him there, take him down, there's a chance they could have been able to keep him down for the dragon spawn in now 45 seconds. So what isn't going to be up for the next fight? 45 seconds. Ashar at second level. Not the massive cooldown. It's not a massive cooldown. Recalls before that now. The Aurora ultimate should be up just in time. Might end up being like an extra 5 or 10 seconds off of the dragon spawn timer. Flash down from Hung. Flash down from Sassy for this fight. Scuttle Trap taken from Hung. Clear out some of that vision. Stun does land onto the arc. You need to be careful with that, Sassy. You don't want to take too much damage. You're already not in a great spot in terms of your items. He's actually not in a great spot anyway, especially being flashless. Yeah, stun onto Saber. Potential of the... Hang on a second, that's really good damage. Oh, that's a huge misposition from Sharia. Goes down to 3rd HP. Oh, that's awful for him. How much can he heal up? Dragon is up now. No, your AD carry is so low. Aurora will one-shot. What does the Lucian do? He needs to back. He goes for the blind flash over the wall. Birdo looking to carry. Gets a great Megadar across the wall as the timer goes through. Aurora... there's a pause. And there's a pause. And there's a pause. Okay. I'm gonna go back on the tape. Let's see what we can see. Let's see what we can see. Let me see what I can find. Let me see what I can find. Because that was a blind ult over the wall. What happened there? What happened here? Blind ult over the wall. Huh. I don't see anything obvious. Presumably it's something about the Gnar. He goes for the blind flash ult. He knew they were likely there. Birdo might have just made the game-saving play. I don't quite see what happened. It was LGD, I think, that paused it. Why is that? What happened to them? But like Saber and Henna should never be stacked together. AD carry and mid laner should never be stood together. It's the Yagao saying, if AD carry and mid laner stood together, you lose. I don't see it. I don't see quite what it is. Ashe didn't look like she was pushed in the right direction, but she still died. So I don't think it changes anything. Both carries still ended up dying. Yeah, both the mid lane and AD carries. Oh, hang on, let me check what's happening here. Yeah, I mean, yeah, both Ashe and Aurora both die, so it doesn't change the outcome, even though visually it looks like the Ashe wasn't pushed against the wall correctly. I don't get why there's a pause either, folks. I don't get why there's a pause either. I'm not sure. We haven't figured it out. We haven't figured it out. I'm not sure, folks. Dramatic, though. Dramatic. It might be something about peripherals or, you know, communication. Always the chance of that, you know? I wonder if anyone else has the information on it. So now we wait. Now we wait. Does anyone have any extra information from any of the other streams? Oh, we're going back into it. Back into it. No chrono break. Back into it we go. Climb up, flashing away. But like AD carry and mid laner should never be stood on top of each other. It's a huge mistake from Saber and Hannah. You should never have your AD carry and mid laner stack. That probably sends us to a third game, folks. With the amount of gold and the dragon going over, if Ultra Prime had managed to sneak the dragon or win that fight, I think it's very playable. But that's just... You can't have your AD carry and mid laner stood on top of each other. You can't have that. So we'll go back into replay of that fight. The stun came through. Shaya jumped over the wall. Oh, hang on. Sorry. The cling people are really having a bit of a nightmare there. 1 second. Very crispy audio. We'll go for a quick refresh on that. But that's the fight which happened before. And then as you'll notice here, like Saber and Hannah stack on top of each other. Clear out the ward. And then they're both stacked there. I mean, I think that's a spectator bug. I think the Ashe was actually against the wall. I think that's a spectator bug. Gnar takes the other turret, 5,000 gold in the lead now. Potential Baron pressure from LGD. I thought that Ultra Prime were in an okay position to fight that. I thought that Saber was pretty strong, and then Saber obviously got demolished there in that fight. Hasn't hit his second item though, so obviously not happy about that. Birdle lucky for timing? No, I mean, Birdle knew that they were heading that way likely. Oh, Seraphine died. Right, Seraphine died. Tangyuan having I thought his early lane was a little bit rough, but he's doing quite well into the mid game. He got given a lot of attention in the side lane against Sassy. Sassy is just not a factor now. You know, he's 2.5k down. Birdle, incredible ult from him. The Gnar is ahead, just a ridiculous amount of gold. We expect Gnar to have a lead, but this is kind of, you know, pushing it, you know. That's more than a lead. That's crazy. It's crazy. Sassy leveled down. Huge amount of gold down. He does have 2 items. I mean, 2 item Yorick's where the champion starts to actually feel like a champion, you know? That's where Yorick starts to really hang on, potentially jumping forward into Shaya, but no, can't quite get him range. I was wondering whether Shaya will pull the culling there, actually. Birdle, we saw you drop that boomerang. Doesn't matter, but hey. And another one. Too busy picking up cinders. I guess at this point it doesn't matter nearly as much. Max rank of that Q. 2 levels up on Sassy, man, or at least level 1.5. He's about to get Mega too. Although, I mean, credit to him, that's a lot of damage from the Yorick. Look at that, it was one morning mist. It's another easy maiden kill though, pretty much. Does he get the kill into it? I think he does. Wow, this is another easy maiden kill. It's another, like, 2-minute cooldown. There you go. Hannah, heading bot side. This is a mini Gnar, doesn't have the flash. Dark Procession not landing. Do they need to use the Ashe ult? Flashing instead. Does he kill the Yorick before he can get there? No. Tangyuan coming down, does have flash. Sassy does not have flash. Where's the stun? If he gets a 2-man stun, that is just a... Please don't Yorick recall there. Please don't recall there. Oh, that is so dangerous, man. That's just so dangerous. Protobot to stop a recall. Very, very greedy from Sassy. Just go back to your turret. No good reason to recall that. Easy pickup from Tangyuan who teleported down. They obviously didn't see the teleport, but would have thought he would have been able to at least give them a bit of a harder time by going under turret. Bit greedy there from Sassy. Gets him killed. How do you win a game of League of Legends? You kill the enemy's base, the enemy nexus. You destroy that building in the bottom left, the top right corner, respectively. 3 items. So Shaya has the Infinity Edge. 6k down. I mean, if Ultra Prime can get around to the next dragon, maybe Infernal Soul saves the game for them, but it's... First game was pretty long. This one looks like it's kind of dragging out a bit too. Baron pressure, of course, on the board. I'm surprised that LGD haven't been able to start this. Ult doesn't go onto Birdle. Ashe does get a lot of damage onto it, though. Very, very closely kept it. They take down Birdle. Birdle's dead. The fight's going pretty well. A win here would get the Infernal Soul for Ultra Prime, and they got 2 kills. The Evolution's down as well. It's an incredible fight from Ultra Prime as they catch out the Gnar on the side. Baron can get started. I think Ultra Prime should leave this. I actually think they should leave this and just go towards the dragon. I think it's a mistake unless they can rush this and go to the other side of the map. Can they kill it in 20 seconds, then get to the other side of it? We'll see. They're going to say yes. They want to do this. 20 seconds till dragons there. Jarvan recalling. I think LGD, looking at the way they're recalling, they don't think they can go towards the dragon either. It's a long... I mean, Tungman's looking for an extended flank angle. Gives himself away with that vision, though. Does he be able to recall in time? Yes. Dragon spawning. Oh, what an incredible turn of events here for Ultra Prime. A pick onto Birdle. I think Henna has done 2 good plays in a row into Birdle, side lane and then top lane. Leads to the Baron, and then it leads to the Infernal Soul. Ultra Prime, I think, are in the lead now. What a huge turnaround. What a huge turnaround. What the hell happened to LGD? So, Birdle jumps into Henna and... Look, jumping into Climber I get. Jumping into Henna, did he have full vision? Was he just out of it? Birdle had the game-saving ult earlier in the game. Game-changing in the mid lane. And then, of course, now this. What's a mistake? What a mistake. I'm actually just going to change things over real quick in terms of the server, which everything's on. Come on, give us the replay here. Infernal Soul for Ultra Prime. Infernal Soul for Ultra Prime. How much do things change around that? No, the Ashe volley's really, really nasty with the Infernal Soul. Mid lane tower under threat. Aurora going forwards. The stun's not bad, but the Infernal Soul and the pullback of the Q is enough. The Maiden has been left alone to go towards the top turret. Now, interestingly, the Maiden also procs Infernal Soul on the minions. So she has very quick wave clear and has been left alone here. We don't see Yorick leaving the Maiden to split push like this that often. It works quite well here, though. The Infernal Soul allowing them to fast push with the Maiden instead. Mid lane inner turret will go down. The gold is effectively even now. LGD have lost a 5,000 gold lead. The Maiden doing a wonderful job of pushing up that top lane, as we were saying. Will die here on the side lane, but it'll take a plate, I believe. Just about. No, not quite. Won't get the plate, but it's done a good job. Fare thee well, Maiden. Elder now up in 5 minutes. Now LGD are probably in a position where they need to fight for Elder. That's probably what we're looking at there now. Getting Baron and Drake in a 5v3, I didn't know that was possible. Neither did Fnatic. That's true. That's true. I mean, Tongyuan is still pretty powerful, I guess, but it's not the highest AP build. You know, the Proto Belt and the Crypt Bloom, definitely not the strongest individual items. The cooldown reduction is pretty good. But I just don't think Tongyuan has the sting to make the build really hurt. I mean, Birdle has the gold lead in top lane, but as we've seen, if he's in Mininar, it doesn't matter. And the Infernal Soul is going to make it so much harder for him to approach at decent HP now. Jump onto YC. Oh my god, the Infernal Soul. Yeah, that'll hurt. One more skill will do it. Very, very close. YCX, the arrow! The arrow might have killed, actually. Level 15, the Infernal Soul might have done it. Birdle jumping towards Climber. Raptor stolen away. XP lead for Climber now. No red buff to steal away there. Yorick recalling will come back out onto the map. Has Maiden again now. How's the Jack Show third item? So he's more tanky than he was. Important for him. So easy to push out waves now with the Infernal Soul. Like, you just fast push so quickly. Ashe and Seraphine are very, very good with the Infernal Soul because they're just so good at just pinging these long-range, fairly high-consistency hit rate skill shots. 2 minutes to Elder. LGD just have to fight around Elder now, don't they? They still maintain a gold lead. But the Infernal Soul is just so nasty, particularly on the Aurora. The Aurora just being able to just blast you so much easier from full HP now is a real problem. Jarvan, I guess, clearing out some bot side vision. Hovering towards the Syndra, he's pushing out bot lane. LGD want to get some kind of map control back. If they can push out bot lane, Maybe use a culling to fight in mid lane. I don't think the Lucian can jump forwards and use the culling very effectively in mid lane anymore, though. Krugs are up. They would have seen... I think they can see that spotted by the Scryer's Bloom, right? They might try and one-shot the Yorick. He has flash. Even getting the flash down on him could be quite nice. Where's the stun? Does land. This is actually a potential one-shot. They're teleporting in. The heal from the Q is good. The Ash Arrow is dodged away from, but the slow from the Goop does end up landing. Doesn't end up leading to anything more than that. Ash Arrow down. No big cooldowns used by Hung or Tung Yuan. Birdall pushing topside level 19. Of course, top lane can go beyond level 18 now. Okay. Crystallized on tower. Minutes till Elder. LGD, again, have themselves a gold lead. Sassy, I mean, Sassy's alright at this point. He actually has himself an elixir in inventory, which is a good thing. The elixir, you should go for the elixir now for this Elder fight. There's an elixir of iron for the extra short-term but temporary bonus. Climber gets some shields. Sassy on the flank. Hasn't summoned his maiden just yet. Oh, hang on a second. Flashing forwards. Climber gets something out of Xiaoya. Good damage onto him, but not enough. The Aurora very nearly one-shots him. Needs a little bit more damage, and they get the Lucian down. The Xiaoya Lucian cannot do enough in this team fight again. Syndra on the side, zoned away. Yorick will run towards them. The Dark Procession forcing the flash. What's happening on the other side? Looks like there's been a retreat, so it is just going to be the Lucian going down, but it's 10 seconds till Elder. Tung Yuan teleporting away, will not be able to get to the fight. Ultra Fight actually say, well, you know, yes, the Elder's coming up, but screw that. We'll go for the Baron, and then we'll go once again like earlier. Baron into Dragon. Hung not going to be able to steal this one. Does that mean that LGD can actually fight for the Elder? Maybe they can. If that's the case, should they have actually gone towards the Elder instead? Thank you very much, Sam, for the coffee. I think I might need it for this late game set.
Looking like it's fun.
Yeah, we're getting ourselves into some Elder shenanigans. Now, because they didn't immediately go towards the Elder, LGD actually have a chance to fight it now. Our Ultra Prime... Is that a mistake? We've seen a lot of teams go Baron over Dragon. I wonder whether it's a mistake. Tung Yuan has no flash. He protobolts and just about dodges. Close front thing. The Aurora ultimate is back up. They're better getting corralled. Burldell's on the flank, but he can't get there in time. The Gnar is not in the play. Saber goes forwards and he dunks 3 of them. Huge damage across the retreating members. Birdall does have the Mega Gnar. The dunk comes through from the Jarvan, but it is a last hurrah. One last dunk for the afterlife. Jarvan is down. Smite is down. LGD can't contest the dragon anymore. Elder will go to Ultra Prime. No Mega Gnar either. Tung Yuan. Actually wondering if he could get himself a big combo there. I was the Encore. The Encore just came out of Fog of War. Cleared the skill shot. The sound of it didn't lead to that much. Well, they have to fight this, don't they? Aurora coming back out. The Yorick is too. They're not quite at the play just yet. Y6 is so low, but at least he can give some value to the carries around him. Climber going for the knockup. Birdall goes into Mega Gnar. There's a cleanse, a stun over the wall. I think LGD have just had to back off now. Turret being taken in the top side by minions. If nothing else, Sassy gets a slow from the Goop, the Morning Mist. Y6 is still so damn low. Gets hit by that Super Mega Fire kick. The Blaze kick. Goal! Hits the Yorick. Ultra Prime have fought their way through these big objectives much better than LGD, picking people off in rotation. LGD 2-0 in Group Nirvana. We thought that Ultra Prime did not look very good in their first series, and we were worried about what would happen to them today. I thought this might even go to a 3-game series, especially after that huge ult in mid lane from Birdall. Ultra Prime falling behind 5,000 gold lead. It's been a good comeback from them. Infernal Soul, though, really saving the day. Climber having a good day of smites. Henna zoning off the Mega Gnar, well, the Mini Gnar by himself, the Elder. Guys, I think it's about to start roaring. To continue and get an ult off on the right target. Turret start to go down. Birdall once again on the flank, but not determining things quick enough. It's not a bad Mega Gnar, but the Nexus is down. Ultra Prime win the series 2-2-0. Did not expect that coming into today, and I did not expect that midway through Game 2. Ultra Prime, a reminder that we'd only seen the one series from them. Hard to get a good read on these teams after they haven't played for a little while. And when they had played so few games, Ultra Prime get themselves their first win in Group Nirvana, don't find themselves at 0-2, and they'll be breathing a sigh of relief there now. with that, OMG are alone at 0-3 at the bottom of the table. There is a pack of 1-on-1 teams between LNG, EDG, and Ultra Prime now. I mean, LGD, there were some real missed positions. I mean, Birdall getting picked off around that Baron was... It was the game ender, wasn't it? It was the game ender. Well, I appreciate everyone coming and watching these games with me, and I hope you have... Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I did all of that with the mic muted. Oh my god, I did it with the mic muted. Anyway, basically, hello. If you'd like to support the stream, it would mean a lot to me. That's what it boils down to. This is my job. If you'd like to click some of the links in chat, it makes a big difference. Like, follow, subscribe. Genuinely makes a difference. I am actually going to go on a break now, though. Oops, I had no idea I just muted that. My bad. Oopsies. My bad. I have no idea when I even muted my mic that last time. When did I do that? Why did I do that? Huh. OMG is officially cooked. Yeah, this result is like worst case scenario for OMG. Because, yeah, because they're stuck at 0 and 3, and there are a bunch of teams with 1 win. That's really, really bad for them. Because remember, they can't just get like, they can't just get like, you know, bottom 1. It's bottom 2. Now, OMG are in a really bad spot. Yo, my first ticket for group, for like this 3rd day of UMA is like a 5-0. Let's go. Typically, like when you get into day 3, the game gets a lot harder. Turns out having like a max wit like set of races is really, really good for consistent positioning. Turns out, who knew? Who knew? Who could have possibly known this? Hey, cheers. How's it going? Thanks for the follow. But yeah, folks, if you just sat in the background and you have been lurking for a while, if you can drop a follow, genuinely does make a difference. We're actually pretty close to 11,000 followers. We're at 10.8 thousand right now. Yeah, I've been trying to do some variety recently as well. It's been going mixed. Because I mean, obviously I do, who are my favorites for MSI right now? Sorry, I'm jouncing between thoughts. Yes, anyway, I've been doing a lot of variety. It's been going mixed, but I might start doing some more of that when LPL goes off a little bit more. I'm still playing through Cthulhu, which is a really cool game. Who are my favorites for MSI right now? Well, top esports are good domestically, but they won't do good internationally. We've got an interview, we'll listen to that on stage.
上完节，我是主持人宝宝，再次恭喜 UP 战队以2-0的成绩拿下本场的胜利。我们邀请到的
I'll
是
answer that after Chiz if you stick around after the interview.
大家好，我是 UP 的上单选手 Sassy。
欢迎 Sassy， 恭喜你们也是拿到本赛段组内赛的一个首胜了啊！我们也知道 Sassy 是这个赛段从老干爹转会到 UP 战队的，今天也是算是第一次正面迎战到老东家，面对到熟悉的队友又赢下了比赛，此时什么感受呢？
就是比较开心，比较激动嘛。
比较开心，比较激动，溢于言表了。那其实我们看到回看 UP 上一场比赛是有过因中期的团战失利被对方团灭的情况。我觉得今天在这一点上你们是做的很大的改进啊。你会觉得相较于上一场，你们有哪些地方有进步的地方呢？
就是中期我们的团战沟通还有决策做的都比上一场更好。
今天也是整个阵型也是打得非常紧密啊。同时呢，我们在赛前会有一个数据，我们的这个约德尔常青树烧烤大师啊，这个兰博目前在我们这个班率上还是居高不下啊，高达75.6%。你会怎么看这个英雄在当前版本的一个强度呢？
我觉得兰博就是一个比较无抗的英雄吧，就你先出的话，就是给教练比较好逼一点。
所以如果说后面有机会的话，是会第一选择优先选择他吗？
有机会的话会选择。
好的，我们也期待一下啊。聊聊今天的2场比赛，其实第一场来说啊，我们看到 Sassy 也是选择了上单的猴子来 counter 对面比较热门的杰斯，配合队友的潘森，包括发条、屡在团战当中也是非常克制，牵制住对方的这个双 C 啊。你们第一局的一个选择思路是什么呢？
第一局的选择思路的话，就是知道对面要选杰斯，我们就选一个打团的阵容，然后对线扛住就行了。
所以其实第一局你会觉得在哪一方面做得比较好，还是很顺利的拿下？
就是我们团战的沟通比较好吧。
团战的沟通、团战的协同和沟通尤为重要。那来到第2局，我们也看到，其实从开局啊，这个老干爹的打野选手也是在下路开始做事儿，整体的节奏把控其实是由他们在掌控的。但是我们看到26分钟，对面好像有点乱了，一波大龙团 ，UP 战队直接是拿下双龙。那一波是谁指挥来的？
那一波是我们打野指挥的吧？他就说，如果对面来争河蟹，就直接打起来就会赢。
确实是。团队沟通的非常的及时啊，而且我们看到在第2局，其实 UP 战队对这个小龙资源点的控制也是非常紧密的，在这方面你们是如何展开和布控的呢？
我们觉得下路那个组合的话会打架比较凶，然后我们就围绕下半区控资源。
还是主要针对对手的一个下半区了。那今天整个2场看下来 ，Sassy 觉得最该夸的是哪名选手？是自己还是？
我们的 打野选手吧。
打野选手 Climber 确实也是第一局也是拿下这个 MVP 嘛，你会觉得他在哪些方面做的尤为出色和亮眼？
就是他比较冷静，然后能指挥我们打团战吧。
所以今天也是通过整个团队的一个配合，包括一个单点的一个输出很佳的一个输出，也是拿下很痛快的大比分拿下。今天这个比分事先有预料到吗？
应该有预料到吧。
确实看得出我们 UP 战队在今天赛前也是做了非常充足的准备啊。那在今天比赛之后，我们在组内赛还有3场比赛，想听听 Sassy 你们战队在今年的这个组内赛的一个目标和决心是什么呢？
目标和决心的话，就是先进到骑士之路吧。
先进到骑士之路，然后再打好后面的比赛，一步一步稳扎稳打。也再次恭喜我们的 UP 战队拿下本场的胜利，也谢谢 Sassy 来接受我们的赛后采访。那么同时呢，我们也把画面和时间交还给季春熙。
Good to hear from Sassy there. Right, have I ran adverts? I don't think I did. It's fine, I can leave for a bit then. Right, what to do during the break? Well, my PC hates it when I load up anything else, which is the problem. I guess I could do some like, well, we've got the highlights, we've got player of the game stuff, right? So we've got that to look forward to. And then we've got BLG Weibo, which should be, look, BLG have some worries with the way that they've been playing recently. I think that Bin had about a streak of about 5 best of 5s in a row where he was best player in the world. Climber gets player of the game, and I would imagine he gets player of the series too. Of course he does, because he got both player of the games and he got, so he's gonna get player of the series, you know. But yeah, I think that Bin has not been on best form. I think that Shun has been getting red in the early game better and better. Couple of those towards mid lane. I mean, in fairness, in this game, I do wonder whether I mean, the Aurora was kind of critical. It's also, I mean, I also think there is something to be said about Henna getting the huge picks onto the Gnar twice in a row. There is an argument to say Ashe, actually. There's an argument. We'll probably get player of the series after. That'll be Climber as well. But, yeah. Fager is 1 game from 1,100 LCK games, but they don't count the LCK Cups, do they? So technically he's got more than that, but this will be the player of the series now. There you go, Climber. No surprises there. 81% kill participation, 14 KDA! What? That's crazy. I'm not worried about BLG. This is regular season. This is regular BLG nonsense. So it'd be nice if they stopped losing. Exactly. I mean, there is something of the post first stand hangover. Yeah, there's something of the like the hangover for first stand. It hit a little bit later for them because I think that I still think up until people started changing drafts and learning the matchups a little better, I think that their individual matchups were so much better than anyone else in the world. And I think that they had their level, they had their early jungle pathing down better than anyone else too. Okay, so question was, who are my favorites for MSI at the moment? Depends how much the meta changes. I don't think it's gonna, well, yeah, if the meta stays as is, the game is still kind of won through early jungle pathing and early laning. I mean, that's what gives you like these insurmountable advantages throughout most of the game. So I think LPL comes out on top from that, although I mean, KT are a very well coached team. I think that KT, the problem with KT is that I think that their best top laners are going to get slaughtered. I think top laners are going to get slaughtered. Even though Perfect is doing a lot better than he was last year and he has had a glow up, I do think that like Katie would have to win through draft advantage versus LPL teams, which they can do, but I think it's more inconsistent. And I think that individual matchups for LPL would probably give them the edge. I think BDD versus Knight is really fun, although Knight has got the historical head-to-head over BDD. I think a lot of people just assume that BDD will just beat all comers, but I think that Knight would be the one guy that would like really push him on that from LPL, right? Anyone's Legend I don't think are going to be good enough. JDG, too inconsistent across too many roles. They have inconsistencies across pretty much the whole map, really. Top esports, they crumble under pressure. And let's hear the comms. Actually, I want to hear the comms. What are they saying here? Sassy is yapping, man. Sassy is yapping, man. I appreciate that. That's fun. Nice. I believe we learned this yesterday, but Yibola means like one wave to end the game effectively. So it means like one wave, but one wave to end the game. Yibola. Unfortunately, it sounds a little bit like, so like if you don't understand it, which I didn't, I was like, doesn't that sound like, you know, Ebola? It's a bit weird. I was like, obviously it's not a bit weird, but I was like, damn, like obviously like when you don't know the language, you pick up your cognates, right? Okay, right, do I put on another ad break? I think I do put on another ad break just to make sure that we don't, yeah, I'm gonna leave you with the timer. We're gonna go into another ad break and then we'll be ready for second series. Don't quote that out of context. No. You know what I should do? I mean, the problem I have is like I want to do more stuff between games if I can, but I don't, like, I'm just afraid that my PC will just kind of give up the ghost. That's why I wanted to change the way I did things kind of tech-wise. Maybe there is a way I can do that. Maybe I do a capture card from my laptop over towards the PC. That's pretty that might be over designed, really. I could just do a video link. But like, there are a lot of games you can play with chat, which I think are fun. Hey, BBCam, how's it going? Dude, having a maximum whip front runners is just so good, man. They just always fight for position so well. Okay, right, let's get into a very, very important matchup here. BLG versus Weibo. Weibo, inconsistent team, went 2-1 versus anyone's Legend. That was yesterday, right? As the last series of the day yesterday. Weibo try and leverage their early lanes, but I just don't think their objectives are very good. I think BLG, they've had more issues in the early game than they had earlier in the splits. I think that BLG Bin has been unaware of when he's in danger, and sometimes actually when he is in danger, he doesn't play it very well. Like, you'll see a jungle heading to his lane, and he'll die quite cheaply for that. I think that bot lane is getting more resources than it was last split, and then at MSI first stand as well. I wonder whether the BLG need to switch back towards giving more resources to Bin, and just allow Viper to play 1v1, allow On to roam about the map. It's obviously Elk versus BLG in this series too, one of our best AD carries within the region. BLG should still come in as favorites. I don't think Weibo's objective play is very good, and I really fear for Xiaohu versus Knight as well. Like, Knight has been... I think Knight is the... Hey, no recipe. You're watching LCK in downtown Fargo? Well, I hope you have a good time. We'll get into our rosters as well. What is it? Hang on, do we have the... Wait, the they're not even calling it the Circle of Suck. It's the Circle of Results. Hey, Top Esports beat NIP, beat BLG, beat JDG, beat AL, beat Weibo, beat IG, beat Top Esports, so that they've traded 1-for-1. That is funny as hell. Well, yeah, I mean, IG are the one loss which Top Esports have had. It has completed the cycle. We have the LPL spinning top, the unceasing top. There we go. Well, and then oh, poor WE in the middle. It's like a pentagram to summon the demise of WE. Oh, that's so sad. We just need W to, like, beat one team, and then I'm sure we can figure it out, right? Poor WE, they're not invited to the circle. It's like a little prison cage for them. Poor WE in the middle of it. That's so funny. Let's get into our rosters, though. Weibo, Zuka, Jie, Xiaohu, the captain, Elk, and Hung. Team which has had, you know, changed a lot coming into this year. Hung brought back onto the roster after being replaced by Erher. I think that's been a mistake. BLG on the other side. Bin, Shun, Captain Knight, Viper, and On. Now, BLG, it has felt like Knight has been the guy that's locked in for the last week, and then the rest of the players on BLG have been struggling. Got the champion pool of Bin. He plays a little bit of everything. You know, obviously the big thing about Bin is that he really wants lane pressure. Like, really wants lane pressure. And in the last week, he's not been getting that. Oh, 70 stream streak from Mecha? Appreciate you, always appreciate you, Mecha. These are the stats from some of his other champions there too. Nard, Jason, Bessa, Renekton, Gwen. Yeah, again, he just wants winning matchups. Most of the time, he wants winning matchups. And he plays through winning matchups better than... Well, he was earlier in the year, better than anyone else in the world. They're choosing Elk versus Viper. Of course, that's the narrative between the two teams. Elk replaced by Viper. I actually think that Elk has been far better than Viper in this split so far. I think Viper has been quite middling. I think that champions like his Varus have left a lot to be desired. His Ezreal's been good, Viper. But I think that Elk, despite him having some oversteps as well, has been better than Viper. Perhaps Elk looking to prove something against BLG. You know, what did I believe in the Viper pickup? Absolutely. Do I think that Viper will eventually be a better pickup for BLG? Yes, I do too. However, you know, Elk was never the player to play alone on bot side in the way that Viper is. Viper is much more of a, I suppose, a individualist when it comes to that. Very happy to play the 1v1 lane, and allows the BLG to play elsewhere on the map. Whereas when Elk was on BLG, he kind of had to focus on his lane a lot more. He was a lot more... you have to centralize resources onto him. Now for Weibo, I think it works for them quite well to have an AD carry they can chuck resources into, because I think that Zuka in top lane, you know, despite him having some incredible highs back in 2023 and 2022, I don't think he's lived up to that as much. I think you do have to focus on Elk now. So Weibo, I'm sure they'll be coming in with as much firepower as they possibly can do. The votes are largely towards BLG. I don't think you can blame that, folks. Viper needs to step up and show why he replaced Elk. I mean, Viper was the best AD carry in the world last year. He was. And I don't think he has been showing that consistently on BLG. There is room for growth there. I think right now, I think that Shun has lost some of his focus on the early game. I think that is... Look, the thing is, right, jungling is a team game, and it's one of the easiest things to adapt as a team for approaching them. I think LPL has a ton of great junglers, and I think Shun has often been maybe over-criticized for that. Still very important. Let's hear these interviews.
赛前采访环节，我是主持人宝宝。首先为大家采访 WBG 的航选手，跟大家打声招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 WBG 的辅助航。
欢迎，今天也是一场背靠背的赛程了啊。昨天是很可惜的没能拿下，回去之后有没有紧急复盘一些需要取长补短的地方呢？
昨天回去复盘了一下，然后也研究了一下今天打 BLG 的 BP 这样子。
那你说到这个标记，接下来这场也是本赛段第2次对阵到他们了嘛？那你期待今天队伍会打出什么样的画面呢？包括迎战他们有多大的决心呢？
今天我们就选好自己的英雄，然后发挥好自己英雄的强度，然后失误少一点，然后团战角色可以一致，这样就很好赢下去。
好的，也是给你们加油了，待会儿见。好的，同时也为大家采访到 BLG 的2选手，跟大家打声招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 的辅助圈。
总的来说啊 ，BLG 在本赛段仍然是竞争力非常强的一支队伍啊。但上一场的赛果，老实说有一点出乎我们的意料。那之后队伍有复盘哪些内容吗？
我们回去之后，对我们的 BP 优先级还有游戏内的一些团队的协作之类，做了一些复盘。
所以今天也是要好好的一个查漏补缺一下啊。那今天要面对到的这个对手 WBG， 你们在上一轮第1轮交手的时候是大比分获胜的，这之间也是相隔了有半个月的时间了。所以最近他们的比赛有做什么研究吗？
没有做什么研究，最主要的还是我们自己要打得更好。
好的，我们就期待双方选手的表现了。我们待会儿赛场上见。
A word from both of our teams there. Okay, so in terms of what this means for standings, what it means for expectations, BLG obviously not far off the top of the table right now. They are technically in second place. We'll get towards this stage though. Welcome back to Shanghai, everyone. Currently, BLG trail top esports, but they are in second ahead of NIP, JDG, and Anyone's Legend at 4 wins. Weibo on the other side of it, currently in second to last. Only below them, the only team below them is Team WE. They need a bump in form. It's hard this week for them. Anyone's Legend, followed by BLG, 2 days back to back. It is hard to prep for both those teams. Took one game versus Anyone's Legend. Can they take a series versus BLG? It's a hard ask, but BLG, they've taken a stumble themselves. BLG last week had in the LPL 3 games in 4 days, 3 series in 4 days. They also had online games as well. The schedule has been brutal for our LPL and First Stand international champions. BLG did play 3 days ago against NIP. They lost 2-0 to them as well, though. Against Weibo, they need to bounce back. BLG still a team you cannot overlook. Will BLG turn up besides Knight today? Knight, I think, has been the best player in the LPL, and I think the best player in the world in this recent string of form. I think that it's sad to see that obviously things have not worked out nearly as much for the team alongside him. As we said, stylistically, perhaps they need to focus more on Bin again, leave bot lane to be more self-sufficient, allow Viper to 1v1 lane, and appreciate the follow there, Outremian as well. If you are just lurking around and you're new to the stream or old and you haven't followed yet, really appreciate if you do, whether that's on YouTube or on Twitch. It makes a big difference to myself as we battle the algorithm to try and make this into actually not just a fun little stream, but also a career as well. It's on the cusp of that. We're actually getting we have some very supportive people for the stream, which helps us do what we do. No worries, I hope you're doing well. Okay, so my prediction for this game, I do think it should be a BLG win. I think Weibo have the capability to beat BLG at their own game if they're on the form they're on, though. I think that, Bin, if he gets jumped on by, a very talented jungler on the other side in Jie, I think anything can happen. I think that Jie over Shun, if the lanes are not playing well for BLG in top lane, bot lane, could be enough to get Weibo a win versus BLG. A whole series? Hard ask that, though. You know, can Xiaohu hold his own versus Knight? Typically, that's not been the easiest scenario. It's not been the easiest scenario for anyone. Knight just kind of decks all comers, really, at that point. In terms of draft, well, you know, Weibo, one of our more creative ones. They're one of our teams that will draft towards full topside, even in a bot side centric meta. Let's get ourselves into that first draft, though, and see where the proof is in. I heard it's in the pudding, but not sure we have any others in draft. Let's get into it. Weibo BLG, game 1, second series of the day. Weibo, second worst team in Ascend right now. BLG, second best team in Ascend right now, but not on the best string of form. In terms of Weibo, what they want, do they want a non-interactive topside? I'm not sure. They might get themselves a Rumble first pick. There's Rumble, Jarvan, Ashe, Seraphine, Lucian, Milio. Orianna's down, so that's not on the table. It's Pantheon, but the Rise is gone, a little bit depowered. BLG love the Pantheon, though. Jie does too. Both these junglers, big Pantheon heads. So you might see a Jarvan Pantheon trade the Rumble band away. So are we going Ashe, Seraphine, or are we trading choice of junglers? The Jarvan is really nice. It gives you a good winning jungle matchup versus almost anyone. You could Nocturne as Shun. Nocturne beats Jarvan at the early levels. Think about the Ezreal. It's really good for Viper. It is Viper's best AD carry. I'm more interested in the jungle matchup, though, really. Do they go Nocturne or Pantheon? I think that's a really important decision for them to make. Ezreal Bard the one, too. They're really focusing on that. That is a good pick up the BLG, because that does actually fit the checklist we wanted. A self-sufficient bot lane gives On the ability to roam. I think On, when he's roaming, is the best support within the LPL. Especially against Hung, who Hung has been struggling on Weibo. Remember that Hung replaced Erha, who was the outgoing support from Weibo, and I think that's been proved to be an error from Weibo. I think that Hung has been struggling. They're going to give themselves the Ashe Seraphine, but the Ezreal Bard, while they won't win the push, they'll survive, and then the Bard gets to go roaming. The Ezreal gets to kind of sit alone in the 1v1 and ends up being completely fine there, really. Nah, forbidden, so not even mid lane or top lane. As a mid lane or jungle, Shun will be digging into his pool. I mean, he's had 5 bans against him already in past series. Now Weibo have to sit and think a little. BLG might ban away the Vayne and the Yorick. The Vayne has been the more consistent answer to the Gnar. We did see Bin actually do quite well against top esports before first back against Suyan's Vayne, but then obviously things fell apart. Even Bin's Gnar could not survive that. Weibo, what do they ban away? I guess they'll ban away Pantheon Nocturne, maybe. Although the Nocturne doesn't really fit this comp as much. I mean, it's okay with the... No, you might go like Nocturne Annie. Nocturne Annie would round up the comp pretty well for BLG. It gives you the engage you don't consistently have right now. Jace banned away from it. So the Yorick is available. Not that the Yorick's fantastic versus Ezreal. It's okay, but he can hop out the cage pretty well. I mean, Yorick Jarvan's nasty, right? Because Yorick Jarvan is a top jungle. Sam highlighted this combo at first stand and just before it from LPL playoffs, where Jarvan dunks you, the cage comes out from Yorick, and even when the Cataclysm ends, the cage is still there from the Yorick. So you have like double terrain, which is really annoying. And it is going to be the Nocturne banned away from Shun. Now he might be thinking about Neferi or Vi. You could actually go Vi Aurora or Vi Ari. That could work quite well. Shun Zhao is still up and available. Depends if you want to go for more of that engage or more of the kind of front line from Shun, I suppose. The Annie, we highlighted that. He's actually going to blind pick it. You know, Xiao, who plays a lot of the Annie. They blind picking mid lane? Damn, they are leaving last pick to jungle. They are not choosing to counter pick mid. They're saying, Knight, take the Annie, and we'll see what Shun gets in the last pick. So he'll be choosing between Xin Zhao, Neferi, maybe something a little unexpected in jungle if they want to leave it to last pick. I don't really like the Annie. See, I don't mind the Annie because Bard is inconsistent engage, Gnar is inconsistent engage, Annie is more consistent. The Aurora is a mixed matchup versus the Annie. I've seen this go both ways. The better player tends to win the matchup, really. And typically, Knight has an incredible matchup over Xiaohu. It's really not been Xiaohu sided at all. Last pick for top lane for Zuka. Does he go for the Yorick? Does he go for the K'Sante? I mean, the K'Sante would be a heavy losing matchup. It gives you a tank front line. Could go for the Scion, I suppose. Do you take a losing tank matchup and play for team fights? Are they putting the Aurora top lane? They're putting the Aurora top lane and they're locking the Mel. into mid lane. Okay, that's a different flex. I didn't expect that. So it's a much more squishy game now because Weibo choose nothing bruisery on the other side. Now the Vibe becomes really important because I think that's something that can go just straight into melee range against the Mel becomes really important. Now the Mel can reflect the Q stun at the Annie. You can't reflect anything else. I think the Vi is a good pickup here as long as you survive the early game. Neferi better damage though. Okay, they go for the Neferi. We did say that potentially was on the table. It's a very squishy game, folks. This is going to be high damage. I'm going to go into a quick ad break so we don't get any ads in-game. If you don't want any ads, please think about subscribing. It helps support me do this LPL coverage as well. If you're enjoying the LPL coverage, please think about dropping a like, follow, subscribe. Genuinely makes a difference to us. BLG, Weibo, very squishy composition. I have a feeling that Weibo have better lanes and they slightly outrange. Jeja should have a slightly better matchup against the Neferi very early on, although that can switch very quickly. I think Weibo come away with a better draft, folks. I mean, the Bard ult is going to be scary. If the Bard ult hits people and Annie does Annie things, Annie will one-shot after the Bard stun. Bard ult. Viper can 1v1. Look, okay, what BLG need to happen is Viper needs to be left in a 1v1 and On then just teleports around the map consistently as the Bard. Just turns up everywhere. I think this game is On's game to win for BLG. For the other side, this Jarvan loves playing into squishies too. So I think it's a very squishy game. I think this is, in some ways, jungle versus support. I think that on the Bard is always terrifying. But I think that he's in a great spot here. He's in a great spot. Bin Gnar against the Aurora. Not the easiest lane there either. All right. Folks, I'm going to warn you, the gyos are going to be very, very loud. Cover your ears, batten down the hatches. Let's get onto the rift here for Shanghai. Game 2, let's get in for the gyos. They only turned up the volume after the BLG chants were halfway through there. Yeah, the flex of the Aurora to the top lane. It's not been as common within LPL. It used to be a Flandra thing. Flandra used to play a bit of it, but we don't see that many Auroras in topside. Coach Kim on Weibo? Yes, so Coach Kim is now on stage for Weibo against Daney. So we have Kim versus Weibo. Kim versus Daney. One of our, the top coach matchups within LCK. Good stun there onto Hung. We did say that Hung had been really struggling. We should probably highlight that a little more. I think that Hung is amongst the worst supports in Group Ascend. I think he's really been struggling. I think that his big playmaking has not really worked out. Interesting there how Viper actually left that minion alive in the front to see if there was another Bard Q stun to land. I'm reminded that Hung went to replace Urha, who initially replaced him midway through last year. In spring, he then went on to top esports, did Hung, and he did quite well there domestically. Dodging behind the Bard there is Viper to make sure that he can block out that volley. You can see that the level 1 from Elk and Hung, it's getting the push, but the damage is fairly even. That's okay for the Ezreal Bard. Ezreal Bard is okay as long as they manage to, keep up their HP enough. They'll spot Shun on the bot side, so they'll spot the fact that Shun has gone for 3 camps. This is quite a typical thing on Neferi, particularly for Shun, who's championed this style of play. 3 camps recalled, get a long sword, allows you to fight more effectively over first scuttle, and of course play through your topside camps as well. Something that Neferi and Zed and Kiana used to do quite a lot too. So players such as Shun, Tarzan, Kanavi here in the LPL really championed that style of play. It allows you to basically fight at different points. LCK prefers to stay out onto the map as long as possible. LPL prefers to recall early to get components, and also Skewmond really like doing this too, and fight on the map. And that's something which actually overcame the LCK at first stand. One of the biggest differences between regions was junglers sticking out on the map too much from LCK and being punished for that. Hang on, Viper's alone in this bot side. If they land a stun, that's a big problem for him. He does have cleanse, he does have flash. Does he manage to get away from this? He jumps forwards, it's not bad. Did he get the extremes? No, not quite. However, does get a kill onto the Seraphine. Now Elk doesn't have flash. Hung died. There's a flash and he doesn't save him. Elk is killed by his old support. A 2 on. Brother killing brother. On takes down Elk. Viper outplays on the weak side of the map. On gets the kill. A late flash from Elk. That is disaster from Weibo. I mean, it's not the Ides of March because it's April, but if you think about it in the same way, I don't know. Weren't quite 50 daggers in there, were they? So he's level 3, has cleanse, has flash. And what happened here? So he ends up Eing over the knockup, gets the W on target to Hung, gets enough damage onto Elk, and then of course the tower shot goes onto Hung, who took aggro. On's in Riven now, doesn't have flash. He's actually in a little bit of trouble here. Magical Journey not dodged away from. Heal comes through. I think On's just dead here, although Shun might look for something. On dies as he goes into River. As we said, this game kind of On's to win if he gets roaming. Weibo, I think it's really important that they shut down some of his roaming potential early. Or Roman potential, if we're talking about the Ides of March. Oh, you're so funny, Alex, you say in chat. You know what they say? Caesar the day. Oh, God. No, I can't make a Mark Antony reference. I can't fit that into a pun. I know, I am so funny. Thank you, chat. I definitely didn't tell you to say that. Mods, be on the watch out. Okay. So, Shun, On, back out onto the map. They do have a Magical Journey to bring him into lane if they push up too far. If they push up beyond this point, I mean, there's no flash on either of these bot laners. So they bring them through. Good damage onto Hung. Of course, only level 3 on both supports right now. They're not pushing up that far. I think they know they're in danger. If a Bard stun lands... No, they choose not to go for the play. Choose to keep the Neferi hidden. Q not landing there onto the Ashe. We're so blessed with our incredibly funny casters. I know. I don't know. Yeah. Every day you should thank yourselves that we're here and not released into the public life. We're just continually kept online. Hang on. Xiaohu, good damage onto Knight. Got the ult through onto him as well. Is anyone there to dive? No. Potential jump onto On, but no. Didn't flash for the... Well, I mean, there's the Magical Journey. Fly Drag was well short there. What's the appeal of Mel here? Good matchup into... you can reflect a lot of the Ezreal damage. You get slightly longer range than the Annie. You can reflect her Q. So in early lane, the Annie can struggle versus the Mel. And the big thing was it just allowed the Aurora to go topside and Xiaohu to have a fine early matchup mid. So Knight's not getting just perma pressure here. Knight has himself the pen boots first. Really wants the one shot. Dragon started by Weibo. No surprises there. BLG have not been able to visit topside yet, though. So Bin is down, you know, a solid 10 CS. Mid lane's down 10 CS too, although the wave will come in, so it'll be a little less, and that's fine. You know, Knight's doing fine in this match. We expect the Mel to be a bit ahead of the Annie because of the nature of the reflect onto the Q and the slight outrange. You see that? And of course, the Aurora outrange onto the Gnar definitely hurts in the early lane. So Weibo have good early lanes, and we did say that, but, you know, BLG, I think they were all within acceptable margins. The big thing for BLG will be getting On and Shun onto the same part of the map, or maybe On and Knight onto the same part of the map, so they can have like a huge burst combo coming out of Fog of War set up by the roaming Bard and Annie. Knight going for the pen boost, not the Ionian boost. There would be two trains of thoughts here for the Annie. It's a very squishy game, go for the pen boots, one-shot people more. Or, it's a very squishy game, I need to flash engage more, let's go for the Ionian boots. Now, I think going tier 2 boots versus Mel is really important in the early game. Helps you step out of the Q and the E. One of the nerfs to the Mel was how quick the Q comes out. You can also reflect the Neferi Qs. That's true. Yeah, you can reflect the Ezreal ult and the Neferi Qs. Of course, Ezreal not the happiest there. And Shun spotted here. On the ward, they'll spot out... Do they spot out that one in the river there too? No, I don't think they do, actually. They just activated the Phaelites themselves. Viper completely even in farm. He's very happy with this. I mean, Ezreal, this is definitely a game an Ezreal can carry too. You get to 2 items and Ezreal just kind of one-shots everyone though. He doesn't have to go for a tank-killing build. He can go for something like Shojin third or even Endless Hunger third's not bad for him. I thought that might even be better. No, Shojin for the HP is probably better because you don't want to get one-shot by Aurora. He doesn't need to go for an early Serildis or an LDR in some cases, which we see on him too. He's going to load up the ult here, maybe try and get it across both members. Sticking in lane though. Weibo's quite squishy. Both teams are quite squishy. That's one of the things we called out from draft is that, look, when someone in a squishy draft like this steps out of line, they die very quickly. Like, very quickly. Not a bad shield from Mel, but it's not going to change that much. Knight gets, a third of the HP. That now means that he's kind of within death range of Shun jumping at him. He's going for Actually, he's going for a first line of Eclipse there, actually. Huh, be a bit different there. Bin doesn't get the stun. Zerka's doing fine in this laning phase. JJ might jump onto On. Magical Journey. Not that long. The Ash Shower is flashed away from, but JJ still has his own flash ultimate to lead him away from Viper. Can Viper do enough damage? No, not nearly enough. On, caught on the roam again. JJ, 2 kills onto Bard now. That's been good from him. Now, JJ's been doing quite well at catching out on the roam. On our best roaming support in the LPL, but JJ, you have to respect him. Good damage from Viper there onto the bot lane. You know, the bot lane alone weren't doing enough, but JJ, as we said, feels like it's On versus JJ this game. And right now, we've seen a bunch of kills from JJ onto On. Where are you at with who do you think the best player in the world is? I think it is currently Knight. I think that Knight has been doing a lot with teammates which are not playing very well in the last couple of weeks. If you went to first stand, obviously, I think it would have been Bin. I think that Bin was incredibly good for about 5 best of 5s in a row. But I think that as it stands, I think Knight and BDD are probably top 2, but then it's just a question of which factors you value more. I know that people think, oh, but Knight technically has world-class champions. They're not playing like it right now, though. Teammates around him, rather, not champions. Technically, you know, like Knight has all of these crazy best players around them. But what you've noticed across 2025 and now as well is that, you know, Knight's been holding up his end of the bargain in terms of the super team. It hasn't always been the case for the teammates around him. Not that they can't play like that, you know. Like I said, I think that Shun peaked as best jungler in the world around first stand. And that Bin was best player in the world around first stand. But as it stands in regular season right now, Bin and Shun have been struggling. I think that Viper has been middling and On has had some better moments. He's less inconsistent than he used to be, which is good. But it's not like he's got the complete read on the meta either. Knight's been the guy that's largely been standing up and getting value for the team, whether that's on something like the LeBlanc or the Aurora. And while I do think in the past, particularly last year, for most of it, BDD had his teammates were not doing very well. Right now, I think they're doing a lot better. I think that Cuz and the coaching staff are doing an incredible job of reading the early game and getting Cuz agency. I think that the drafting has been fantastic for them too. It's been a better thing for BLG too. Jump forwards from Bin in top lane. Not as far behind versus Zucker as he was earlier on. Evened up that matchup a little more. Same in mid lane. It's held even at the 10 CS mark. Ult onto Bin. Goes Mega, so we won't die here, but good damage from Zucker for the wave play. Jump forwards from Viper with the E. Why do you think Viper has been much quieter this year? Is it the top playstyle BLG likes? I just don't think he's been connecting with the team in terms of turning up to skirmishes in the correct way. I think some of his positioning has not been on point. I don't know whether it's a communication issue or elsewise, but I think it's individual levels for Viper. I don't think it's a team style thing. I think that he's not as locked into the meta. Teleport coming down from Mel. Might see a proper fight over this. Teleport coming in from the Gnar. Tempered Fate lands onto 2. The Encore is only going to hit onto Tib as On just explodes though as he gets jumped on by the Jarvan. However, that is the Cataclysm down. Bin charging up the Mega Gnar, trying to get some extra attack speed, gets the knock-up onto him. That's not bad damage, flashed away from though. Weibo getting the better of this. On, a bad game from him so far. Shun has to jump away. Does his W? His W is not available. It's on cooldown. Zucker was left alone here too. So BLG go into a 5v4 because they teleport the extra member and they lose the fight. On 1 and 3 from the early game. We said that this is kind of On's game to win. It's On versus JJ. JJ is coming out on top. It's so crazy to me. He arguably had an MVP year on H-Lee last year. Yeah, I think that Viper was the best AD carry in the world last year. So Dragon is going to go over to Weibo. They have themselves an early gold lead from early laning in the skirmishes. And the big thing which is worrying me is that On is giving up some cheap, easy deaths to snowball the game. You know, the Ezreal's not bad there, but like On just jumps in and dies. The follow-up is never in range there. They have to sidestep the Encore. Bin's not there on time. On goes too early. Everyone else has to disengage. I'm not liking the way that On is too far from his teammates in this game so far. Bin has to escape the double Seraphine E coming out. On has Mikhail's now. That'll help him escape some of these picks. Of course, it doesn't help you against the Jarvan. Level down on Hung. Hung not fantastic in laning phase, but hasn't really mattered. Top lane's around half HP. That's what Zucker got from that fight. So Weibo got plates and Dragon and a kill. And the farm in top side. I do still think that later into the game, Knight and Viper will kind of one-shot people. So unless Jie and Jie and Zucker, I guess, get these big burst combos, well, I mean, you've got the Ashe Seraphine to pick people off too. Put it this way, like, if Shun, Knight, and Viper... Well, if BLG just as a whole, I'm trying to call out individual members. I guess particularly Knight because he has the hard CC. If Knight gets a good combo in late game, I think Weibo still obliterate. They just evaporate, you know? Viper being left on his lonesome now, on the roam. This is what we expected from the Ezreal Bard, and it works very well for BLG's playstyle. Good damage there from Viper. Hops over the volley, gets the EQ. Vaughn might even go for an ult here. Now there's a flash for Elk, forces the flash. There you go. Important. On roaming around the map, turning back up to lanes unexpectedly, very important there. Because On goes on the roam too, means that Viper has a bit more XP. JJ heading bot side. Shun jump onto him. Good Mikhails. The Encore is going to hit, but I think JJ still wants to wear his way out of this too. Has flash. So that's 2 ultimates for a Mikhails. Slight win for BLG. Of course, the Mikhails cooldown a little longer. On, please don't walk up again. He's gonna get knocked up. He dies. Does he? Oh, the ult from this. Yeah, I don't know. 4th death for On. Ult from Xiao who kills him. On. You're not safe there. You're not safe. Jie flashes to confirm the knockup. On flashed and died on a 4th death. He has 4 of his team's 5 deaths. Viper died in the dive and he got a 1-for-1 there. On is just not judged where the enemy is going very easily. I think Weibo have been very good at contesting Fog of War. Every time that On has tried to sneak in to get vision down, there has been a Jarvan there. There has been, in this case, a Mel there too. Weibo have been reading On very well, and I said this before first stand. A lot of people laughed at me for this, and I feel very vindicated. Where I was saying that BLG, the biggest litmus test for BLG is whether On is on good form. On has one of the highest ceilings of any LPL support ever. However, we've seen that his inconsistencies hit just as hard, sadly, in the negative direction. He has no flash here, trying to use the magical journey. We'll use that to get to safety. Herald spawned up there. Incredible milestone there for JJ, by the way. His milestones assist, many thousands to his name. Congratulations to JJ. Won't be able to stop the Herald going over. Is picked up by Shun. Knight and Bin both heading towards this top side. Protobelt first from Knight. Not going towards the Malignants first. Sometimes we see that. You just talked about how they want him to roam and they punish him for that. Give credit to Weibo. Do you think I wasn't giving credit to Weibo? Because I was. That's exactly what I was saying. You know, Weibo, every time that On has gone in for a roam, there's been someone playing in Fog of War. In fact, I said the words. Weibo have been fighting for Fog of War very well. Because for me, that sounds like praise to Weibo. I'm not sure about you. Weibo have been playing very well. We did say that this game, it's On versus JJ. JJ is coming out on top, doing very well here. I think he's one of the best junglers within the LPL. I think that the LPL is a jungle region. It is a very, very good region of junglers. I think we have the best junglers in the world right here. Shun not really made an entrance into the game just yet. With only that Bin, you know, doing fine in this matchup now, only behind a little bit of gold. Knight's down, you know, almost 1,000 gold because Xiaohu's picked up 3 kills onto On. So the mid lane matchup, you know, it's falling away from Knight, but not because of his own actions. Do you think there's... Oh, hang on, what happened here? Was this arrow fired? Did it force something out? Oh, it hit Ezreal, but I don't think it... Oh, he did blow the cleanse. All right, fair. Xiaohu just pressed the Q there. Decent damage onto him. Reflects one of those daggers. That's down. Fighting over Fog of War seems to be the name of the game here. Pings on mid lane. Potential jump onto On. Oh, caught up by that root On. Not sure about that. 2/3 down. Once again, punishing on the roam. He does have his ult to throw into the play. Shun's pretty strong with the Eclipse. Although I think it's less strong than something like the Profane Hydra or the Hubris in some situations. The Eclipse gives you, of course, the defensive shield. Of course, we've seen a lot of Shojin first on them too. Watching On is stressing me out. Well, that's just On gameplay. Happens that way sometimes. Herald. Somebody they're going to use the Battle Herald. You can't smite for it. Who does it go over to? It goes over to Weibo. Good smite key from Jie. This Herald not used as a Battle Herald now. Don't manage to catch anyone with the ultimate there. A Knight over the wall. Flashes and gets the stun. Very, very close to killing Elk, who does go down. Knight over the wall. Gets the burst combo, and they get 2 after. The Herald charges into bot lane at the same time. We said that Knight with the burst combo from Annie would be crucial. And he ends up getting even in gold against Xiaohu there. By getting that kill and the assist. Very good combo from Knight. Goes over the wall. He has the Sork boots, not the cooldown boots, so his flashes will be longer cooldown. But it's a very important one. They don't even use the Battle Herald. Smite doesn't go over to them. Very mobile team, though, is BLG. Viper over the wall, On over the wall. Knight has to use the flash himself. No, the Encore doesn't really end up helping that much. It's a good flash combo from Knight. Gets right onto Elk. Didn't have the flash. Good combo from Knight. That's really important. That gives them a lot more gold to work with, and maybe it gives them some vision control to work with too. Bin's going to get himself a gold lead. Look at this. You know, the gold lead is actually completely gone now. Weibo do have soul point. They will have soul point, and that's a huge point for them. We've said that, you know, Weibo, their objective play has not been good this split so far. But they get 3 dragons. They get that against BLG despite them contesting 2 of those 3. Weibo do have the slight outrange as well, because they have the Ashe Volley, the Mel Q, the Aurora Ultimate, of course, is the big ticket one. But Weibo, if they get Hextech Soul, can deal with some of that mobility from BLG. Knight just standing off this top lane turret, doesn't have flash. On is up here now, can defend with the ultimate. If On gets jumped onto, you can play... does he know everyone's around that corner? He does now. Might be able to go for an ult onto someone here. Choosing not to. Tower won't go down. 3 grubs to BLG, which means Weibo have none for the tower pushing. It's worth noting as well that when BLG have fallen into bad times, one of the most consistent things they've played around is burst combos for Knight and Shun. Stuff like the Aurora combos, Ari combos. In this case, the Annie Neferi. On JDG last year, Shun played a lot of this with Scout, and it was mixed. That team never really came together in terms of chemistry. Elk has himself the 2 items, the Kraken Slayer Phantom Dancer. We've talked a lot about itemization for the Ashe. 2 items are strong all the same. Hang on, Xiaohu, buddy. It's the Fog of War fight again. Flashing forwards, the Ashe arrow goes wide. Xiaohu flashing away as On flashes forwards. Tower goes down. Xiaohu without flash, that's a target you can hit. The On Bard ultimate could be right on top of him. BLG have managed to stabilize quite a lot in terms of map pressure. It's been at the cost of those dragons, it has been. 2 items for Ezreal. Jeje, the sole gold lead for Weibo now. Almost towards the 2nd item. Why is Ezreal such a high priority AD carry at the moment? Because he can kind of survive 1v1 against anyone in the game right now, which allows your support to roam. His early levels are strong enough. His 2 item spike is very powerful. But mostly it's just because he can survive alone and let your support roam. And if you can ever make your support roam across the map right now, that's a huge thing. 2 wards there from On. Spotted on vision as he goes back, of course, there by that ward in the Baron buff. JJ might just aggro the Baron here. Oh, no, a little too early there. No, too late, rather. Can't stop him. Has he got any buffs recently? He did at some point, but I don't think that's really... I think it's just more about the meta, really. And I also just think that players are comfortable on him. I don't think I think he did get some buffs. I think it was an AD ratio on his E which got changed. But I thought he was getting played before that anyway. Even in farm of Viper and Elk, actually. Now, Elk's arrows haven't been the killer, really. It's not really been a huge difference between the AD carriers. I say maybe Viper's having the slightly better game than Elk, outplaying under that turret. Yeah, and stuff like Ezreal into J4 makes a huge difference. Jarvan can't lock you in the Cataclysm if you're E's up. I want to see Viper go towards the Shojin third this game. If he goes towards that Shojin, I think that his cooldown and the extra HP makes it much harder to catch him. Lower cooldown. E. More HP to stop you getting burst out by the Aurora. Of course, Zuka has 2 items on the Aurora. Now, as we come into this dragon, if the Aurora gets a big combo, that could just be carry dead. Remember, it's a very squishy game. Jeje, he just uses flag drag to jump onto him. Zuka on the side there, misses his E. I thought that could be the go button. And he has flash. Turret's going to go down. Knight could go for a flash combo here. Uses the W, charges up the stun. Good vision onto the Annie. Annie's not in range for the combo right now. He's too far away. I think Knight's too far away. He's teleporting into position. Arrow lands onto On. Didn't use the Mikhails. He could go down very, very quickly. The Encore actually ends up hitting the Annie. It's only the bard going down, though. The Dragon is taken by the Annie. Knight is the smite. Bin has the Sterix. Stays alive. Xiao who pulls the ultimate to get one back. The Knight is down, but I think the fight is being won by BLG. They have more mobility. They have the shield from the Molten Annie E. And BLG walk away with a 3-for-2 right now, looking for more. The stun, the burst though from the Aurora. Nasty. Achilles the side. Another one for BLG. It'll end up being a 5-for-3 as BLG takes the Dragon. Knight was the smite key, and Weibo cannot secure the soul. Heartbreak for them. We said that objectives have often been the heartbreak for Weibo. It's a good teleport back into position. They kill On before he can do anything. But the problem is they use 3 ultimates for it. 4 even if you count the Aurora on top of it. 4 ultimates for a bard. That's not worth it. And you look at the damage onto Elk. Gets blasted. Ezreal gets some damage over the side of it. Bin goes onto him. After that, Bin and Viper pretty much make sure that Elk cannot fight again. I don't like using so many ultimates onto a single target of the Dragon fight. I think they got a little bit hasty. Fight now, Annie maybe getting caught out by Xiaohu here. Uses the Proto Bell, has the Molten Shield to get some movement speed, but on the other side, the Reflect does very similar. Electrocute onto Xiaohu, and Seraphine's died. Seraphine has died. Hung has not had the best game of League of Legends on the... Oh no, Elk mistimes the ultimate suit. Weibo losing kills across the map, and Knights will find his 4,000th kill in the LPL, the 3rd all-time. Congratulations to who I think is the LPL GOAT, at least domestically. Knight, an incredible mid laner, and the real shining star of the LPL of the modern era. Not a world champion, but perhaps will be one day in his career. Against Xiao, who is one of the other contenders for LPL GOAT, of course. Lots of names come into the equation. It's not a reductive conversation. Some of the greatest players in the world, and certainly some of the best players in China. BLG made their way back into the game off of burst combos and split plays. Weibo, I think that while it was Jarvan determining the pace of the game, things looked very good for them, but no one else has really been able to impact the game as much. I mean, the clutch arrows and the encores weren't really landing. Xiaohu, oh, Hung went over the Hex Gates and, oh god, Hung went over the Hex Gates to try and help Xiaohu, just dies, runs into Bin and Shun, dies for free. As we said, Weibo, I think this support swap for them has just not been it. I don't think it's been it. I think was a fine player for them, and I think that Hung has not achieved what they wanted from the swap. Weibo, if they lose this, they go to 2-6. Difficult game for Elk, but then again, the Ashe, immobile, under pressure. Hard for him to have a better game. Viper's had a solid game on the Ezreal. Really going to call that out. His Ezreal ults have been pinging multiple people, staying largely very safe. Jumps over the Aurora combo. Hell yeah, he's got the balls for that, I suppose. Ult going out of Fog of War. That's a 4-man. Yeah, Viper feeling the damage. His Ezreal has been his best champion. Gets another Q on target. Dodges out on the root. Viper, aggressive, but making it work. I'm liking the footsteps on the Ezreal. BLG, we were asking, who's going to step up to meet Knight after him putting in so much work over the last week or two and the teammates struggling? Well, I think that they've answered with aplomb here in game 1. Perhaps the schedule from BLG just a little too heavy for them. Burned out perhaps a little bit across the last week or two. Viper flashing over the root and looking for the solo kill onto Xiaohu. Oh my god, Viper! He's gonna trade 1 for 1. You have to imagine he does, but I mean, the aura difference is absurd. On, looking for the Q, gets it in there. Bin charging up with his Mega Nod. Shun jumping into melee. Annie flashing forwards too, but Viper selling his life dearly. It is a Pyrrhic kill onto Viper. At what cost? 1 Viper for 5 Weibo members. That is the end of the game. Viper, the style on the Ezreal. I might throw him an MVP vote just for that. 608, 607 in the mid jungle though. BLG's burst combo of Shun and Knight really carrying them out of the abyss. Weibo had a good start, picking off on in Fog of War from JJ. It's not enough though. There's a smile from Shun. BLG win game 1. Weibo things fall apart around the dragons, around the skirmishes, and things just aren't coming together for this Weibo squad. BLG, even after their downturn in form, just take the gloves off. Out skirmish, out fight. Vipers Ezreal, man. What a fun champion to watch. I think maybe Viper's my player of the game. No, outplayed the early dive, consistent DPS, great ultimates across the game, beat out the Ashe Seraphine lane. I really think that that Viper was my player of the game. Although there's a shout for Shun and Knight too, but I think just a shout out to them. BLG with that as well will hit their 500th victory here in the LPL. You know, one of the newer organizations. They're not up there with, you know, like your even like Top East wasn't JDG, which were there before, but particularly EDG, IG, WE, these huge organizations which have been there over so many years. Yeah, that Ezreal was not speaking English. In fact, he's at... Well, so the funny thing is, that Ezreal actually does speak English. Viper is trilingual. He speaks English, he speaks Mandarin, and he speaks Korean. He speaks all of them really well. So actually, Viper does play that well. Knight's walking away with a ton of MVP votes. I think probably it's Knight that does get the MVP. I just want to put a real shout out for Viper. Knight had the big comeback fight, picked off Elk, the burst combo, which allowed them to come back from that initial Lost Dragon smite. I think that was second dragon, which, or maybe it was third. Which went poorly for Weibo as Knight flashed over the wall. We did say, look, as soon as the burst combo comes online, it's such a squishy lobby. When you're playing a squishy lobby like that, if you step out of position, dead. We saw that from On. I think that On was punished looking into Fog of War. I think he was a little bit too greedy with where he was looking on the map, a little too far away from teammates. And I think that on the other side, look, realistically, it was Jeje catching him out really, really well. Shout out to Jeje. He ended up working very well there in the early game. I guess we'll wait for the highlights. I need to put on an ad break at some point too, and I hope you're all enjoying the show. If you are enjoying the show, please think about dropping a like, a follow, subscribe. I know you've heard this from a million different channels in a million different places, but this is my job. If you want to see more LPL content, if you want to see more LPL coverage, the only way I get to do this is by you supporting me. I wouldn't do this without you. The fact that you're here is the only reason I'm here at all. I appreciate you all, whether that's on Onivia, on YouTube, or on Twitch as well. Makes a big difference. I know Viper speaks English, but I don't know how well. No, he's actually pretty fluent. He's actually pretty legit. He's also his Mandarin, he basically doesn't need a translator as well. He just kind of does it himself. Viper is one of the most kind of like polyglottal players within League of Legends. Very, very talented bloke. MVP, yeah, I think it's like for me it's like halfway between Viper and Knight. I think Viper played within the bracket he was given very, very well. He played within the envelope. But I think that Knight was the guy that led to the comeback, realistically. Viper had an insane amount of damage, almost topping 1,000 DPM. Incredible from him. Look, I think Knight made the most important comeback play, but just the style of Viper at the end, that Ezreal was... That Ezreal speaking whatever language you want him to, baby. Yeah. Viper speaking whatever language works for you. Jesus, man. Yeah, I'm just looking through the highlights, right? I mean, the early game, you know, Viper outplaying the dive. The catches onto On. That was kind of like the story of the game. You know, I think that On really tried to take this game over and it wasn't quite there. It wasn't quite almost there. It was almost. I mean, this is the thing with Bard, right? And the way that On plays, it is just very, very easy to get punished. I do think that BLG, Weibo rather, I think they overinvested into the Bard a number of times though. I mean, this play over the wall is just huge, right? No way to outplay that one. No way to outplay that one. Great angle from Knight. This play, this was the overinvestment. They just throw 4 ults into the Bard. It's just not worth it. No, the early game ones, sure, throw a Jarvan EQ onto him. You can kill him. In late game, it's like, well, we're going to have to throw like 4 ults. That's not worth it. You need that for Ezreal. You need that for Annie or Nah. You can't just throw that there. Hey, Nick, appreciate you with the... is that the thing? The member thing? Appreciate the member subscription there. You're my favorite LPL caster right now when I need an LPL English stream. That's very kind of you. Yeah, you know, obviously respect to everyone that's covering the LPL right now. Now, do I consider myself one of the better ones? For sure. I mean, I've done so much of this, and I think I'm pretty good at what I do. Oh, God, he actually got rooted there, so he didn't quite get over it. But, dude, just the balls on this AD carry. Again, takes like 3-4 ultimates to turn that player around, and then everyone else is here, you know? And then you've used all your flashes, you've used all your cooldowns. Knight just one-shots Elk, kills him with a Proto Belt. Oh, nasty, nasty, nasty. I appreciate a team that just knows when to full send it. And one of the things about full sending it there is that if everyone is full sending it, you know that as the second person into the play, no one has cooldowns left. If you're Knight there, you look at Viper blowing like 4 ultimates, like, free fight. Free fight. I think that more teams in League of Legends need to pick up that style of play again. Because sometimes it's worth trading your life for cooldowns. The cooldown economy can sometimes be really, really especially in squishy games like this. If you end up blowing so many cooldowns by just going hyper aggressive, the second person into the play has a much easier time. Viper out-elked Elk in that play. I mean, Viper is one of the greatest Ezreals of all time. We'll go into our player of the game. Now, Knight gets player of the game. And really it is for those comeback plays. I think that Viper, huge shout out to Viper, but Knight was the game-winning angle. He was the guy that landed the combo after the dragon fight, led to the first 2 kind of like comeback kills for them. He burst out Elk in almost every fight. A very solid game from Knight on Annie. His performance on Annie recently has been a bit messy, but this one was a really solid game. I think that he did his job more than well. And he didn't die at all, even into a matchup where, you know, he ended up getting... He kind of knew what he was getting counterpicked, really. But, you know, they put an even harder matchup into him, right, with the Annie. A couple of votes for jungle, too. I'm surprised no one voted for bot lane. Shun was also good. Shun was also good. The Neferi, also deathless. Very, very good kill participation from mid-jungle. The damage percentage from jungle, I would imagine, was pretty high, too, although most of it was Viper, let's be honest. Yeah, you know, a much better game from BLG. You know, BLG, a lot of LPL teams' form has been very up and down. I think that BLG's, their schedule has really hurt them in a lot of ways. Okay, folks, I need to go onto a quick ad break. So I'm going to do that now. I'm going to go into a quick ad break, and then we'll... Did I see Carrier's contract extension? No, I didn't, but that is not surprising. He is perhaps the best support to ever play the game of League of Legends, and he's in incredible form right now after falling apart a little bit towards the end of last split. No one votes for On making this game entertaining. Yeah. I mean, if it's the entertainment vote, then you vote for On. Of course you do. Of course you vote for On and Viper. Gosh. For 3 more years. Until 2029. Now, the thing is, he could still have his contract sold. What that means is that he'll have a buyout for the next 3 years. Now, if something does happen with the off-season, he would have, you know, he would have a buyout is the big thing there. But the way that it is, I mean, I doubt anyone's going to have enough money to buy him out. Yeah. CFO's playing right now? Yes, Shadow has moved to CFO. Yes, he was on BLG last year. So Owner and Pays are still contracted until 2028. Carrier and Faker are contracted until 2029. So Faker, Carrier, and Owner are just like, they are T1 at this point, right? And the thing is, though, like, I'm glad that that trio has stuck around. Like, obviously, Guma changed out, Zayas changed out. That's obviously a key part of it, too. But I think that the way that you play macro and you play just, like, how you determine your style of League of Legends in a macro style is largely through mid-jungle support. That's been the case since, like, a long time now. A long time. Because, like, it's just those roles are so interconnected. Because they have the most ability to move on the map, really. AD carry in top lane, a little bit less than that, especially into the early game. So even if you change the metas, if you have those 3 determining your style, it ends up being a big thing. Hey, Nami, how's it going? You happy about your boy Knight getting the MVP? He was really good this game. He was really good this game. We had a shout out to like Shun and to Viper as well, because I think they had some really good stuff. You didn't get to see the game? Okay, well, I won't spoil it too much then. Knight did get MVP for first game though, and he was deathless. He went like 6-0-8, I think it was, on Annie. He made the big comeback play midway through the game. He was really good, so I'm sure you'll enjoy watching that one back. So now we get to see whether Weibo can rally. Of course, Elk versus BLG, there's a lot of emotion in there. Weibo versus BLG was a finals matchup back in 2024 in summer. That was when Tarzan was on the roster. Now Breathe is a top laner. The roster has changed a lot since then. It really is just Xiao who's stuck together on Weibo. But yes, we have some really cute LPL emotes in here. If you have any other ideas for emotes, by the way, I have so many different slots open for emotes. I should really go commission some more. Unless Angie, if you're around, Angie, if you ever feel like doing emotes, I mean, I could exploit, you know, artist partner, but you know, not exploit. I do actually pay for the work, you know. I really want to see BLG get the Golden Road. It is so hard to get a Golden Road, though. It's so hard to get a Golden Road. Now, one thing which Riot has talked about is saying that they're trying to do less big changes this year. But, there's always a big change before, like, MSI or Worlds. And obviously, there will always be big changes because teams will put so much time before a big event trying to find the next secret of the meta. So it's very hard to do that anyway. But there is something to... I'm just going to turn the camera off actually very briefly. I went mute. But it's... Yeah, I mean, if you listen to Beryl, a multiple world champion, one of the few people who's won multiple worlds without Faker. Very, very short list, that is. I think that, you know, Beryl was saying effectively Worlds is a coin flip. It is a dice roll. Do you get a good meta for yourself as a top team? You qualify, but then you're not playing the same game that you qualified for. And personally, I think that that's a crying shame. I think that there are many teams which have been, you know, cut off at the legs, really, because the meta has changed away from the style they've perfected. You know, I think that Gen G's been hurt by this before, hugely. I think that LGD in 2015 is one of the huge ones. Plenty of teams have been really hurt by the meta changing so drastically at the World Championship. Let me bring that back over there. Yeah. So what Beryl is saying is the dice roll went in favor of T1 3 years in a row. I mean, it was definitely not going in favor of them for the summer split before that, remember? I think it worked out better for them. And now the thing about T1 are a bit of a you know, they're a bit of a, and they're the hay and the needle stack of this, right? Where, you know, like, AD mids didn't last until Worlds. Yeah, for sure. You think about 2024, Corki Tristana, Faker was really struggling on them. That didn't last through to Worlds. 2023, that was a little bit different, because they really flipped the meta themselves with the ranged bot laners again. That was them doing it. But then, yeah, 2024, the AD mids went away, and that really changed the top teams, hugely so. 24 was also, that was Aurora Yone mid, right? Which was actually kind of crazy that Faker made it through that, because they're typically two of his worst champions ever. It's so crazy to me that Faker has a Yone skin on one of his worst champions, by the way. But that's funny as hell. That's actually kind of like aura being like, hell yeah, I have a skin even for my least effective champions. That's actually kind of aura in its own way. Yeah, no, obviously T1 have a really good way of adapting to a meta at Worlds. They're very good at kind of digging deep for Worlds and finding that. But many teams have not been able to play the same style at Worlds that they played regionally. It's very difficult. Have you noticed that they use all of their ults after he went totally Viper Life Esports on them? All their ults? Yeah, I did notice that. They kind of used 4 ults onto Viper after he'd done all the damage, yeah. I hope T1 wins Worlds so we can get a Doran Silas skin. Maybe. I mean, wait, what's Doran getting for his skin this time? What's he getting for his skin this time? I can't remember what they said they were going for. Because I know that Faker's chosen Galio, like he said that. I think we're getting Carrier Pike or Renata, one of the two. Oh, Seraphine fit. Yeah, Carrier's getting Seraphine. I forgot about that. Yeah. Top esports are always the biggest frauds in international events. And yeah, that is a whole back about top esports. I mean, if they ever played domestically the way they did domestically, but internationally, you would feel so much better about them. So hard to predict that, though. So hard to predict that. Right, let's get ourselves onto stage again. So that was a very comfortable draft for BLG. They had a bot lane which could just soak up pressure, On could roam, Viper could be on his own as well. They had, you know, a very squishy composition to play into with a burst combo for mid jungle, very comfortable for them as well. Now a lot of power picks are now down with the Ashe Seraphine, the Ezreal Bard. The Aurora is a power pick too, the Jarvan certainly is. So what do we have for the next draft? Well, the Orianna is still available. We still have the Lucian Milio. The thing about going stuff like Lucian Milio for BLG is that, again, it kind of ties on to the lane. And even though it didn't work out that well last game, I still want to see On roaming. I still want to see him roaming, really. I don't really want to see them lock in towards a lane, which kind of means that On can't be on the map. I think that's a big mistake if they do that. fun statistic. If you go by KDA, Stats is leading the league at 8.5 and the next highest is 6.4. What? And that's with all the losses they've had recently too. I mean, Knight stats have been nuts. Yeah, been absolutely nuts. Okay, into game 2, Weibo. They are fighting to gain relevance, to get off of those bottom rungs of Grow Percent. BLG on the other side, though. Firmly top 2. Orianna, Rise, Rumble away. We have the Pantheon is a huge pick for this draft. Both these junglers love a Pantheon. As we said, we have some things like the Lucian lanes. There's Corki Nami as well. In terms of the top lane matchups, we might be getting towards something like a Sion Cassante for Tsuka. Pantheon banned away. We've called that out already. Mid lane matchup, no Annie Aurora. Well, there's no Annie Aurora. We might be getting towards like Vi Ari. To be honest, Vi might be really big at this point. In fact, with Weibo, wait, who has first pick? BLG have first pick. Weibo have blue side. Do you ban Vi last for Weibo? Nocturne banned away. Yeah. If you ban the Nocturne, then you can't bully out the Vi early. I think the Vi is the power pick. I think you first pick Vi here from BLG now. And then you open up for Akali, Ari mid lane. Even if Weibo get themselves a power bot lane, I think your mid jungle feels really, really happy with that. So do you ban the Vi? I think you ban Vi. Maybe they're afraid of like a Corki Nami. They banned the Xin Zhao. I mean, strong pick, but I think it's just a Vi first pick now, no? Varus let through. Okay, that's different. Now, the problem is, I don't think Viper's been very good at Varus recently. Maybe BLG didn't want them to go after Weibo, but I would have thought something like a Vi combo with all the other junglers down is so important now. I suppose there's Skarner in terms of other powerful junglers. You've given over the Vi into the Varus. I think this is a draft mistake from BLG. Varus might get paired up with someone like the Nico. The Karma was let through too. A huge power pick. Again, that slips my mind because it's so often banned. Don't get to see it on the Rift that much, and Hung is one of his better champions. So bot lane in a strong point for Weibo now. No Ezreal to go with it, no Varus to go with it. They might have to go Jhin Karma. Nautilus not bad with the Varus. You can go for something like a Hexblade Varus. We saw that from, well, not to success, but we saw that from Paddock on Shifters the other day. And now in jungle matchup, what does Shin go? Well, there's no Neferi, no Jarvan, no Nocturne, no Pantheon, no Xin Zhao. I mean, Lee Sin's not fantastic in Vi. Is this a Varus top lane? Are we really locking it? It's a Varus top lane. Blind. Okay, fine. Varus top lane blind. Right. Now, one of the counters into this, funnily enough, is Neferi top lane. And there's no Neferi top lane into the Varus. Okay. Well, I did say that Viper's Varus was pretty bad. Or, like, wasn't good recently. I'm not going to go as far as that, but it's not been as good as it was, for sure. How good is Bin's Varus? How good is Bin's Varus? The Ambassador could go in towards top lane if you do... I mean, Vi Ambassador... Guys, I mean, look, BLG are cooking, but I'm smelling smoke. Because you have 2 immobile AD carries into Vi Ambassador. Now, I don't know what's going to happen in the bot lane matchup. BLG probably ban away Jhin. Probably ban away Jhin. It's one of the better matchups with the Karma left in now, the duo. What does L go? I mean, I don't think you want Kai'Sa with that. This is a weird draft. And before anyone says, oh yeah, but like, Fearless. This isn't Fearless. This is just like... This is Dune spice levels of drafting. So suppose you ban... Oh, they banned the RS. I suppose Elk is probably looking for Yunara now. Probably looking for Yunara. Ari banned away from Xiaohu. Gets away from that Vi combo. I think BLG could ban away the Yunara last. I guess you could Sivir, Karma too. Oh, whatever. There's Yunara and Sivir. Don't ban AD carries. There's too many which combo up the Karma. You can go Jhin, Sivir, or Yunara. So you got 3 there. No point banning all of them, I don't think. Well, you can't ban all of them, which is the thing. So it's the Twisted Fate. Yeah, banning away another mid laner. Makes sense. Anything which combos up better with the Vi. Because then the point and click of TF Gold card into Vi, into Ambassador is too much. It's too much. These drafts are weird. So they can choose between Jhin, Sivir, Nymaera. Whatever their choice is, really. Jhin is better for the long-range follow-up. Sivir helps the Karma follow-up. Scale's a bit better, but less laning phase. They do lock the Jhin. So strong laning phase, you can get kills there. Okay, so mid-jungle for BLG. You have to blind pick your mid lane, you know you're into a Vi. You have a bit of front line with the Nautilus. If you go... I mean, Wukong's not bad here. Wukong's fine. But you don't have any... I mean, you have the Nautilus for the engage. It's actually an argument to go something like Viego, actually. Because you can ult out and you can get resets with such a heavy damage comp. Wukong for Shen, one of his best champions. Now, Knight, what does he blind pick? You want something that's survivable. He goes for... I get a Knight Azir game. Okay, get a Knight Azir game. You needed something mobile and something with DPS. It's mobile and it has DPS. Knight Azir, obviously not his best champion of all time, but I've heard he's had some good games of that on the online games. This is a messy game. The LeBlanc for lane dominance from Xiaohu. LeBlanc can always follow the Vi as well. We're going to go into a quick ad break, folks, because I need some time to talk about this draft, and we don't want those ads in-game. Right, Varus top lane. Into Ambassador via LeBlanc. I think Bin could just get... If Bin doesn't win the first fight of the game top lane, it's going to be a mess. Weibo must win the first fight of the game top lane, though, because if they don't get it early enough, the Varus will kill you many times. Mid lane, with LeBlanc Azir, pretty fun matchup. If you position your soldiers right, then LeBlanc kind of has like a worst of all worlds where you have to like not return to your starting point because there's a soldier right there. Jhin Karma strong lane. I mean, there's a huge pick comp from Weibo. Weibo have the pick comp. BLG have strong lanes. They do in terms of their Varus. Kim and Daney bumping fists off the rift now. A messy draft. Fun one. We've seen some fun drafts today. Okay. We'll work this out as we go along. The ability to make picks with Jhin, with the Varus, the Jhin, the Nautilus, the Vi, the Ambassador. Again, it feels like another game where someone's out of position, they die very quickly. I think that Weibo need to shut down the Varus as soon as possible. You get one kill on the Varus lane, you feel so much happier. Let's listen to the gyros and get into the game. Jesus. Xiaohu jumping onto Knight. Traded evenly though. Scorch goes back from Knight onto Xiaohu. Did use both of his soldier charges early on though to get that trade. Put down a defensive ward for Shen, but there's a ward already on his blue buff, so they should know that. There was a ward put down by the Nautilus for the Varus. You should have noticed that as the camera fixed over to it. Puck lands onto the Jhin. Barrier very early. Aftershock there helping on trade back. Press the attack from Viper activated there. Nice hook from onto the first level. Would have expected that to go onto the Jhin. Didn't quite there. Xiaohu trading quite well with the electrocute. Actually want to see if this will be a tankier Azir build. I wonder if this is like Grasp Shuffle Azir. I didn't check the runes. I mean, it's probably the DPS, but it wouldn't. I think it would be quite interesting to see a tankier Azir build. Something like a Leandries or a Rylai's very alone. He has gone for the Airy. Airy, better trading against the LeBlanc. I mean, lethal tempo, obviously better DPS. I don't think you're going to get that many up. You're not going to get that much auto attack uptime in this game. I think Airy actually works quite well here. JJ going top side, we said. Bin needs to win the first fight of the game top lane here. Has a stacked wave. Do they kill him here? I think he could fight around the wave here. Has the exhaust. Where's the flash predict? Flashing early. Waits for it. Gets Bin. There is an exhaust. JJ, I don't think gets the kill, but the wave is in kind... Wait, where is the wave in regards to the tower? Oh, it does get into tower. Oh, thank God for Bin. If that wave didn't get into tower, he was screwed. Both summoners end up getting used there anyway. Shield tanks up for On. Jhin Karma, nasty lane. Hung okay Q accuracy so far. We did say that Weibo needed to get top lane early. They did. They blew both summoners. The wave will push back into Bin now. Thank you so much for the sub there, Patrick. Really appreciate you. I have nightmares about on Nautilus. Hey, he's had some good games on it too, but yes, On has had, you know, some healthy ints then now and again on the champion. Knight remaining even with Xiaohu early on. You know, LeBlanc is meant to be lane dominant. Ooh, fight over the bot side scuttle maybe. There's no one in bot river to help Shun. He is the level up right now. Jieje skip. He went 3 camps into top lane. That's really dangerous for him. Yeah, that's really dangerous. The clone comes through. Karma can come over quickly. He just wants to get as much HP off him as possible. You need to back off soon, though, Shun. 2/3 the HP off of Jieje. He can fight now for bot side camps, I think. Xiaohu walking over. The Jin Karma is coming over here to help the Jin recalling because he's half HP. So Shun, with that chunk, will get himself a Raptor start. Now, Jieje, last game, really good early pathing to get onto On and get out into, you know, Fog of War. Because of that chunk, Jieje, he showed his hand by going top lane very early. He showed his hand. Actually, if the hook lands, doesn't quite though. But you know, he showed his hand, meant that Shun could get in towards that bot jungle. Wukong is not meant to be able to steal away camps early anymore. His early camps, his early levels are not that strong. It's really one item where Wukong starts to really take off. Once he gets up, you know, Triforce or Sun Disguise, something like that, can stop the back of Viper. As on Vision, you didn't expect that. Yeah, Jieje behind a camp. Wukong getting through his camp respawns. So we're Romp, Wolves, Raptors will end up on the top side. Jieje do anything against Bin? Doesn't look like it here. Not a huge lead in top lane though. I mean, Zika's pretty hard with pretty happy with what is a hard matchup. Going pretty well. I mean, he's within 10 CS. I'd expect it to be like a 15 to 20 CS lead. On's level 2, not particularly happy with this. Needs to get a little bit more XP there, buddy. Zika won't be able to stop that back. Okay, fair play. Hexplate first, looking like it's coming in from Bin. Looks like he's building towards the steel caps as well. Boots, of course, they change the matchup a ton. Change every matchup a ton for Varus. Varus with defensive boots. Very nasty because you get a lot of attack speed from your passive. Xiaohu trading well. Gets the chain on level 6 from Knight. That extra HP from the level up helping him. Got a pot running. Probably does want to reset anyway now. He's only got the null magic mantle first back. Needs to back up far enough so Knight can't, the Xiaohu can't cancel him. My god, getting cancelled. Dragon for Jieje. Started up a lot of early dragons last game. BLG really don't like taking early dragons. Now, they do because they're dominant, but they don't prioritize them very often because they prefer to use their time elsewhere, really. Viper last hitting with Z there, actually. Hard to do that. Knight goes back for his Merc Treads. Merc Treads first item. Of course, then when he gets the mid lane quest, will be very far ahead. Now, Jieje, think about how long he's ended up spending on this dragon. Shun's used that to reset. He's back out on the map. Jieje is level 5, but he's wasted a lot of time. That top lane gank and that dragon have burned a lot of his time. The most important thing you have as a jungler is time. He's used a lot of that to try and get strategic advantages, but his individual advantages have not been not kept up because of that, basically. Knight shuffling forwards to get the E shield. Xiaohu actually trading quite well here. Not getting a CS advantage, though. Importantly noting. But actually, Knight's fairly even with the mid lane quest as well. I didn't expect that because typically LeBlanc does more damage to the enemy laner than they do to you, so you get ahead in the mid lane quest. On out of vision. Might be able to... Oh, Xiaohu, if he jumps forwards, On can walk out and then really threaten something. At least get the ult cooldown. Oh, it's already down, actually, so if he jumps forwards, he's in trouble. Wave's pushing into him, though. Xiaohu knew he's in danger. Doesn't jump forwards erroneously. Varus top lane doesn't need damage items. He one-shots anyway. Especially with W max, those stacks are nasty as hell. Viper alone under turret here. Jieje has level 6. Root doesn't land. He's going to die here. Question is how much he'll die for. He has flash and barrier, and he's going to get the kill onto Hung. Flashes, heals, takes too much aggro. Hung has died in 2 dives in 2 games. Chain lands onto Knight. Good damage there for Xiaohu, who does have the ult mark, so Xiaohu will be able to force Knight out of lane. But, I mean, Viper getting a kill in both times in both games onto Hung. I mean, Hung's Charak juggling has just not been good enough. It's been really good from Viper. Good outplays. Knows where the damage is. I would have not spent the summoners. I would have died there and just... for whatever. Uses the ult there. Gets the multi... Oh, doesn't land the E. That's important. That means that you can all in back in. Cooldowns are back up again. Jieje has flash. Flash early. The Q goes short. Very close on the flash timing there. When's his Q coming up? 5 seconds. Bin, does he have anything left? fires back with the Q. Rotation from JJ and Hung, forcing the summoners out of bin. Again, the top lane matchup, credit to Weibo, has been held into check. It's not that far ahead. Urha would have lived there? Maybe. maybe. I mean, I do like how JJ's playing, on the whole. I like JJ. I think he's a very good jungler. I think that Weibo have themselves a real star in the jungle. He's just not been consistently able to transform these early game movements into game-winning advantages or something that the team actually consistently converts off of. Knight, even in laning phase against the lane dominance of the LeBlanc. I don't think this is a game where the LeBlanc only does lane dominance, though. I think it's a game where you kind of like follow forwards with the Vi and the Ambassador and you get some crazy damage out. So I don't think it's that much of a problem that Xiaohu's not crazy far ahead or anything. Viper with the Bloodthirster really helping him here. A lot, actually. See what build Viper goes for. He might go for Hex Optics second just because it's kind of built on everyone right now. Grub's taken by Weibo. Zerka doing pretty, you know, I think he's doing more than fine. He's within acceptable margins of this matchup. I mean, if you fall more than like 20 CS down, then it's bad. Like anything under 20 CS, I think you're fine. I think you're fine. You know, his XP's pretty even, gold's pretty even. Knight's doing quite well with the Aerie trading onto Xiao here. Of course, he took that Aerie for laning. Does help him with that. I don't think you're going to get lethal tempo uptime in this game anyway, really. Not against these champions. They're just always going to be moving out of your soldier range. Shouldn't JJ be perma running top? I mean, yes and no. The problem is if you're too telegraphed about it. I mean, yes, he should be ganking top a ton, but you also can't allow like, you know, the Jhin Karma to get no value either and stuff like that. Chain does land here. To get a second chain on target? No, just the Q. There was a conversation, you know, I had a week or two ago on Twitter about how there is a lot of luck involved in being a pro player because every player has a champion that they can't really play at top level, not to the level of their other stuff. Every player has that. Very few players have like the whole host of champions they can play to a top level. Ooh, can't get the recall there. Will be able to get the Q on target afterwards. Jumping forwards, it's Zerka. Ult lands onto him. Shun does have the cycle and there's a flash available for Zerka. E lands there. Reminder that every stack you proc from the W reduces your cooldowns of everything else. So he has a W area back up again. But yeah, every player has a champion they can't play to the level of their others. Now, back in 2013, people would have small champion pools. They play like 4 champions at the top level. That's increased over time, but that doesn't mean every champion is your favorite. Even players like Faker doesn't have a good Aurora, doesn't have a good Yone. Those are champions which are no bogey pick for him. He was never a good Xerath. There are players who never got used to Aurelia, players who can play Katarina or the Assassins. Someone like Chovy said that Syndra was never a good fit for him, and he didn't play it during the most powerful Syndra metas. I believe he's only played 2 games of Syndra all time. Knight, of course, has Azir, where even though his Azir isn't, I don't think it's actually that bad. I think it's actually, look, his laning phase is fine. I think that it's his playmaking later, which can be sometimes a problem in the big 5v5. It's actually quite good in side lanes on it. So I'd say that Knight's Azir is like a B or a C tier. It's just not an S tier like everything else he plays. It's a bit of a dice roll as to how important your champion, your bogey champion is. You know, not everyone will have, like, if you have Azir as your bogey champion like Azir, you have to be damn good to make it as a top tier pro without that champion, because it's basically always been meta, because it does everything, and the Riot Balance team have kept him very strong over time for pro. He's always been strong, but the problem is when Azir is too strong, he kind of buffets everything else out of meta. You know, if instead it's like, oh, I can't play Fizz. Well, Fizz hasn't been better since like 2016, you know? Very long time ago. Full trade onto Knight. Xiaohu, again, doing quite well at trading into him. It's not denying farm from Knight, but... In fact, actually, Knight could die here. Knight does have Flash. Does have E, I think, there as well. Actually gets a good trade back onto Xiaohu. Manages to clear up the rest of that wave. That's good from Knight. Didn't end up having to blow a summoner. Thought he might have to. We'll recall on this wave. Once he gets to the mid lane quest and he gets the upgraded Merc Treads, it's a very different matchup because he can shrug off so much of the extra poke. Knight and BDD carrying mid lane reputation right now. I mean, they're definitely very, very good. Faker's had a couple of awkward Azir games recently. I don't think it's been like bad, but... Oh no, some of his games haven't been great actually. But I mean, it's not enough games on tape really to say, you know, washed. He'll ramp back up again. So many players do ramp back up again for the big events. We talked about that, right? Been ahead, you know, an amount versus Zuka, but first items there for him. He's got the Eclipse. I think the Ambassador may end up being just a more useful champion. Big amount of XP is a worry, though. Zuka's down a lot, because the top lane quest, I presume, was used earlier. We completed earlier. Viper, level 8 to level 9. Hung will stop the recall. That's a problem. Well, he doesn't have the cleanse. This time, it's actually Hung actually has to use the thing again. Teleport coming in from the Varus. Can he kill him? I think they can. Knight's going for the sweep. Can get himself the flash, and he gets himself onto Hung. Tries to flash forwards. Is he in range for the arrow? Is anyone else coming down? Shun is going to E towards the wave. Q will be back up. Bin, not a good flash from him, but they do end up getting themselves a kill. Jump into that. That is a blind hook. On just guesses it. That is wonderful from On. What do you mean he saw? Oh, there's a ward over the wall. Oh no, they placed it. They placed it. That was a blind hook. That was a blind hook. Incredible from On. He just guessed he was there. I thought the ward, you know, after they drew out on the vision, I was like, oh, there's got to be a ward. Beyond that point, I'm pretty sure that was a blind hook. BLG get themselves 2 kills. One onto Knight, one onto Bin. They're happy with that. Map hacks? I want to see a replay of that, because I'm pretty sure that was blind. Red buff taken by Shun. Has himself cycle and has first item, and Hung does have himself a flash. Gets the root on target, gets knocked up again. Nautilus has flash. Bin does have an arrow potentially. Zuka misses the ult, tried to pin him down closer to turrets. So ult down from the Ambassador. That's big, actually, having the Ambassador ult down. That's one of the big ways they want to punish the Varus. I think he could have just completed the recall, but he is going to clean up the wave at tower anyway. But Hung on the Karma, which is a big comfort pick for him. Goes under turret. Wonder whether well, Viper didn't have ult. He used the ult to clear the last wave. That's why he didn't have the outplay potential. Knight roams down well. Gets onto Jet. Flashes for the combo onto Hung. And then let's watch this, folks. Watch this. Watch the vision here. Because they think that someone's in the bush. They don't have vision. On just has a sixth sense. He hooks him blind. Full 100 to 0. Wonderful from On. Viper goes down in the mid lane, though. Good jump forwards. That's a combo onto Shun. Flash forward for the 4th shot, and suddenly Elk is 2 kills up. Now, let's start talking about Elk, because he's not really been the main character so far. 1,000 gold up, and his Jhin has been very successful for both BLG and for Weibo. He's definitely a guy which makes it look like it has damage. He's gone for the Collector first, not going for Hex Optics, Yuntal, or anything like that, or Ghostblade, of course, too. Collector first item can be very powerful. Herald started here. Oh, not hang on. Knight, does he get stopped? No, not quite. He gets comboed, loses half his HP, but he does get to the fight. Not there in time. Knight potentially able to shuffle forwards. Doesn't have the ult though, so it'd be a little useless. Going towards that top lane. Can they get Zuka? Does have flash, doesn't have ult. Recall from Knight. Teleported in for insurance for BLG. You can hexgate out onto the map a little quicker. So what happened here? Viper has ult again. Hook lands onto Hung. But Elk just turns out to Viper. The trap is nasty as hell in the W lands. And then it's into the trap as well, I believe. Oh no, it doesn't quite catch him on that damage there. Good damage. I mean, Elk just destroys Viper. He's ahead in terms of gold. The Viper ult isn't used from the Misfortune. Hey, X-Taurus, good to see you. BLG down 2,000 gold, a lot of that through bot lane. BLG, as we said, really trying to leave Viper in the 1v1 scenario. It's not been a 1v1 though, he's been dived multiple times. Jie doing a good job with Hung to get down there. I mean, Hung has had a couple of issues in those dives. They give 1 kill back to Viper. Viper will see what his second item is. We wonder whether it'll be a Hex Optics. I guess it could still technically be Essence Reaver as well for him, right? Oh no, he doesn't build out the pickaxe anymore, so yep. Shun getting blue buff, dragon up now. BLG would really like to stop third dragon on Hextech map. BLG to give the blue buff over to Viper, so his mana's going to be unavailable. Xiao, who has Ludens and Pan Boost. This is one of the most powerful points in the game for the LeBlanc, actually. On has flash and ult. Viper has flash and ult. Bin's walking his way down, does not have flash, does have exhaust, has Hex plate. He's not really there for the team fights, he's there for the 1v1s though. Xiaohu, they're going to jump over, use him as vision. They're going to look for the steal maybe? No, they don't. I was wondering whether that'd be worth it actually. Hop over for a smite, flash back over. Don't choose to do it. Herald now going to be charged into bot lane. That'll be first turret for BLG, not of the game way, but took the first turret in mid lane. After that play we saw before. First turret looks like it's going to be shared between Knight, Shun, and Viper. They charge it into inner. They are going to charge it into the inner turret. They don't have any grubs, but Herald's a good battering ram. Go for the outside angle. Another set of plates down there. Do they take the full thing? I think they do, actually. They've got a Nash's Tooth Azir. Zerka will take the top lane out of turret. Nucleated gold onto him. Even without grubs, they should be able to get that. W lands the ult potentially afterwards. Ah, but hang on, the Azir turret, that's a problem. They have to cancel it. That's a good use of the passive from Knight. Kill the turret, put the tower up. Yeah, Azir unique in being able to do that. So BLG get 2 turrets, including an inner one. Don't have the outer one in mid lane or top lane. Losing mid lane turret against a Vi, Jhin, and LeBlanc is quite nasty, though. It just gives them a lot of ability to jump forwards and come out at different angles from the jungle. I think Knight's going for the Proto Belt second on Azir, by the way. In this game, I don't mind it because it allows you to dodge out on Jhin Ws. Jeje, oh, he actually could get engaged onto here. Is his Q going to go down? Yes, it is. Jumping on towards Ambassador, not using the ultimate. In Wukong with a Triforce is exceptionally scary. Even though he's behind the Vi, it's still, you know, the 1 item mark for the Wukong. Very close to killing the turret here, and they get it. Xiaoyu can jump over the wall, but they're BLG are really grouping up as 5. I think they realized that, look, if the Vi or the LeBlanc jumps into 5, they die, especially with the LeBlanc being so vulnerable to the Nautilus. Hung, oh god, he was actually endangered there. Knight going forwards, shuffling forwards. W doesn't land onto him, it does land onto On, ulting forwards into the rest of the team. The roll time's actually not that bad. Jeje goes down. Hung with 2 forwards, had to flash out of position, and that allows that BLG to pick them apart at the seams. Could jump forwards for the arrow, and BLG get the fight they were looking for. Knight going forwards again, still has shuffle by the way, gets damage onto Hung, flashes forwards for it. Knight Azir making plays. Weibo, they lose a double kill to Bin. Baron's up, it's only been alive for 10 seconds. LeBlanc is here. But what do they do? I suppose there's no Nautilus. Look, he's on vision. They know about this. Do they look for the turn? I think they want to finish the Baron. If they get 1 kill short, but they really want to make sure they can turn onto him. Xiaohu didn't realize he was on vision. Knight very close to getting the kill. Down below 20% HP. Is anyone else coming to the plane? No, not really. You can hex skate over, but it'll be dead by the time the Vi gets there. BLG get a huge fight in top lane. Initially, I thought this was a mistake. Knight goes in very deep, but he forces the flash out of Karma, and it means that she can't really reposition. Look at the terrain which BLG managed to take this fight around. Everyone goes onto, you know, Bin at the start of the fight, but he's tanky enough. He has himself the steel caps and the hex plate. It goes into the bullet time. Shun gets himself a fight on the other side too with the cyclone. Gets onto 2 people out of position. A great choice of terrain by LPL champions. BLG first stand champions has forced them through to a second item now too. Ult just missing onto L. And I think this is where the game falls apart. This is where the game falls apart now. I think that Jeje very nearly found a good angle there, but the follow-up just wasn't there. I think one of the big issues is that, you know, they don't have enough damage to straight up kill Varus between the Vi and the Ambassador. Especially if there's not another another target around. Look at the amount of HP. It's 3,000 HP. If he hits an ult onto you after that and has an exhaust, yeah, it's hard. It's hard to kill you. I think BLG have been very intelligent. I think there's a great comment in chat there from Neilcat. I completely agree. BLG have just forced the group. Remember when they went down towards bot lane and they took the 2 turret? Hang on, they might jump up towards Bin here. Now we get to see if they can kill him without the exhaust. He's trying to stay out of Fog of War. There is an ult for Jeje. If he gets under turret, gets a bit spooky. Smite away. They're not going to go for the dive, though. I think they're aware that Bin still with ults. And the Dusk and Dawn could maybe one-shot them alongside some help from the tower. They're really trying to go towards Bin. The Baron buff makes it out. But, like, Bin's playing the weak side well here. They may well still try and jump onto him. But they've wasted a lot of time with that now. Push into the bot side jungle's already happened from BLG. Shun's up here. If they jump onto him, Shun will be able to disrupt them. Where have they dropped off to? Drop out of the enemy jungle. Weibo, the mid game's not been kind. It's not been kind to them, folks. The early game, not bad. Actually able to focus on bot lane. The mid game's not been nearly as comfortable in the late game. even though BLG have sometimes struggled there, are better than Weibo. I don't mind range tops generally, but when they get to go defensive boots and HP items, that's when there's something very wrong. Well, they're meant to sacrifice DPS for it, right? And they get to the Varus, you don't, because just your on hit on your W is so crazy. They've had to buff his on hit because his poke variant's so nasty. He's got Seekers here, by the way, so he has level 16 and Seekers. Even if they dive him here, it's going to take a long time to die. On picked off in the jungle, doesn't have flash. He may well die here. Dragon goes down. BLG are pretty okay to take the... God damn, he's so tanky. He's so tanky, ends up taking an extra 5 seconds to die. Nice pushing bot lane. I mean, you get a dragon and you get half a turret bot lane for the cost of on, which I think isn't too bad. I think that's okay in this instance. Bin has Shun behind him. I think they're very aware of Weibo. Now they're trying to play around the split picks. BLG, they win when they're grouped up right now. They lose when they're split. I don't think Bin is completely happy here. Oh, Bin, you shouldn't walk up for the back end of the wave. You were doing so well on this. He has Zhonya's, goes into it. The root comes through, does have the exhaust, doesn't have everything, and now suddenly Knight's up here. They try and play around it. Knight may, he doesn't have the flash. The ult's going to come through. The rest of the team is coming towards him. The Protobelt helping Zucker over the wall. Shun is the target. Hit. Fourth shot, not going to land onto anyone low enough health to get the execute through. W not landing. BLG were patient for a long time and lose it just at the end of it. Knight's getting good damage down there. So they get the teleport and they get the life of Bin. Hex Optics did come through with the misfortune second. BLG, a slight slip up there. The patience was largely very good. I will say that kill took such a long time to get on the map. Probably the last 2 minutes they've been looking for that, maybe more. They got Bin and they got on in terms of their split picks, but BLG pushed even further into bot lane. Turrets have started to fall around the map. You get the dragon. Gold lead stairs now too. You get the Seekers out of Bin. That's a big one. He hasn't got himself Sonya's yet. You know, if you can get a pick before he can build that item, that's pretty big. Three items for Viper. Picked up the Infinity Edge. Ow, yeah, he's pretty strong. Even though Elk does have a pretty good amount of items too. He has the Collected Lord Doms and the Fire Cannon, so his target access pretty good. I just think that the Viper bullet time is going to hurt like hell, no? Knight sees JJ going for this, sweeps him back over, ults through it. He has Seekers himself, has Protobelt. So trades his ult for JJ's. I think that's more important for BLG, actually. I mean, the Vial is so much of Weibo's damage. Knight can just back off, regen. JJ's ult being down means they're a lot safer on the map. And if he didn't pull the ult there and he died, he would have died, probably. Didn't have to use the Seekers himself. Knight's Azir, pretty good this game. Pretty good. Dragon a little while off. The Baron on the table. Elk not at threat of a flash hook there. Far enough away. Vi ult still on cooldown from the trade of ults earlier between him and Knight. Zhonya's not quite completed for Knight, needs the completion cost. Bin doesn't have the measly large rod just yet. Can't be too far off of it though. Significant lead in both solo lanes. JJ into the bullet time. Xiaohu's jumping onto LQ. Viper, who chooses to stick around. Ducker into the backline, flashes away. Ducker gets onto him. Where is Knight? They're taking a fight without the Azir. He can still shuffle in. Has the flash. Might be able to get onto him. And indeed does. Gets onto both the carries. Xiaohu and Elk. Knight gets to sweep both of them. It's a good fight from Xiaohu, but it still ends up being a 4-for-3 in favor of BLG. Knight a little late to the party. I don't think BLG thought that fight would explode into as many members as early as they thought it would do. Solo laners are alive though, and they'll push in towards the mid lane. Now, can they go towards Baron? I mean, Varus and Azir pretty good at killing it. They don't have anyone to tank it. I suppose the death timers on the other side would be matched with theirs. So Shun on Viper finds JJ. They put the bullet time down very quickly. The Karma's just behind him though, and he ends up living a lot longer than they thought he would. Good combo there from Shun, just about kills him. Zerkip dives into the backline. And at this point I was thinking, I think Weibo have a winning angle. But then you realize, well, Bin's full HP, Knight's in the play with flash, and everyone's using their ability. He uses his own flash to get the kills there. just enough to make it worthwhile. BLG, I mean, they didn't want to lose that many people. They lose a lot of summoners too. Perhaps Weibo can use that to fight around the dragon in 30 seconds. But BLG, no, they have now funded of Zhonya's for Bin. That's now completed. Knight still has himself his Seekers completed, using that turret to hold up the push in the mid lane. Means that Weibo can't really set up for the dragon. Azir is kind of uniquely annoying like that. If you put the tower down just before dragons spawn, how do you approach the map? Very hard. It's very hard. See JJ over the wall there. Oh, they jump onto bot lane. They saw him. Bin goes pull out. That ultimate has the exhaust. Xiaohu is exhausted. He goes golden. That Zhonya's helping out on how much CC can he get to help the Varus. He's getting a lot of it. And Bin lives. Bin lives because On ends up peeling for him as he comes out gold. The red carpet. Oh my god, almost hosted the Gen W. Elk very nearly taking down the top laner he played with for so long. Bin lives on sub 100 HP. How do they get away with it? Third dragon for BLG. That was insanely low HP. That bad. We were saying, look, Weibo, if you manage to get a pick onto him before he builds that Zhonya's, sure, great. They didn't manage to. Went straight down the throat to the other members instead. Tried to take them off in that mid lane fight. Didn't manage to get onto Bin. Elk into the mid lane. Does have his ult. JJ's up now. Hung's walking over for vision. I mean, he might just throw the Jin ult at them. Gets the W. No, he doesn't. It misses. First shot. Second. Not enough right now. Third on. Doesn't choose to hook him. Says hello to the AD carry, which they made each other so famous, Elk and On. The duo which really stood together over years, and Elk is getting a lot of damage onto that member there. Knight just going forward, shuffles Elk under turret. Has he gone too far? He has the Seekers, uses it onto the fourth shot. That's pretty good because it locks him in place, locks him into the choke point. Knight gets the kill onto Hung. Zucker into the play. Knight leading the play, and he's getting value from it. Shuffles forwards again, a double kill for him. Has a death cap, and hell yeah, that'll work out for him. Didn't stop off for the Zhonya's, went for the full damage instead. Triple kill to Knight's Azir. A solid game for his bogey champion. He's 7-0-5. This champion, which has oft been, criticized from the golden left hand of the LPL, has had a wonderful turnout today. And I think BLG will just straight 2-0 here. I mean, there's 3 death timers, 2 squishies left on. Xiaohu not really been able to do that much, but watch and wait. No ultimates, I suppose, from BLG, but that Varus ultimate. Wall watch from Bin. If you can hit it onto someone, perhaps it will be the end of the game. They'll Hex Gate out. Nexus turrets down. Channeling out. I was a little bit afraid that they get stopped on their exit out of the base. So BLG crushed through the base. 8,000 gold ahead. I think Knight's got enough to get himself to full Zhonya's now. He got a triple kill in that fight. Yeah, there you go. Stopped off for a death cap first. Realized he had the Seekers. This is tech, which used to be better with stopwatch, but works so well now. Look, they chase down the Nautilus, but it just takes so long to kill him. Knight's really good angle here. Gets Elk under the turret, and it just kind of locks Weibo into the fight against him while he has the Zhonya's. He gets the fourth shot stasis, and everyone's into the choke point against the bullet time, and everyone else is on time. Knight isn't really that damaged. It was a good Seeker's use from him earlier. Slides forwards, knows that his full combo does a shitload of damage because of the death cap in there. Excuse my language. Just get to keep rolling forwards. Good fight from Knight. I've been liking the way that Knight's been playing the Azir this game. Dodges out on Zucker's ultimate, just short there. Still has the Zhonya's too. We've built that up, as we were saying. Doesn't have the flash, but does he need it? Xiaohu has the Banshees. Proto Belt from Knight actually helping him out a fair amount this game. Dodge out on a few skill shots here and there. Didn't need to use it there. Top lane, inner turret goes down. Zucker on the Ambessa, he's tried his best. I think BLG have just been more coordinated, better on the engage. JJ often pulling the trigger, but the follow-up not really where it needs to be. BLG seeing where the next play in advance is coming through from. Good clone backwards there from Shen. Stops a bit of that damage coming through. On taking damage from Elk. On's actually very, very low. He just dies. On not had the easiest time in the Nautilus. He's often been a little bit of the punching bag in this game. Fourth shots to come through. Goes on to Knight. Protobelt to ride into it. So On dies. The shove ends there. Baron buff still a positive for them. 9,000 gold ahead. Don't break the top lane inhibitor though. Good work by Xiaohu and Elk to take down the Nautilus. Remove some of the engaged threat. Dragon now in a minute. BLG looking for Hextech Soul. If the game isn't over by that point already, in terms of just how much damage BLG already do, Hextech Soul will definitely be the death knell. LDR built up by Viper. Lord Dominate's regards, nasty as hell. Bin finds out Hung. Xiaohu's onto him though. Knight might have to come over the wall to support his top lane AD cat. I think he's just dead actually. He can flash over. They don't land the W. Bin safe there. Xiaohu can't get the things onto. They really want this fight. I think they see this as the angle. Jie there gets the ult onto Bin. What's Knight doing? Flashing. He's going to shuffle back out into safe defensive position. Now Bin. Yeah, not great use of the Hex Gates there. Uses both Summoners and the Zhonyas and still dies. Ult down from Jie. Still, I mean, it's going to be pretty close to coming up a cooldown. Because he's not level 16. It actually won't be. If it was level 16, maybe it would have been. Gosh, okay. Yeah, I did see the nerfs to Ambassador. Hang on, flash away from by Hung. Dragon still spawning in 20 seconds. Weber had to back off to defend their Nexus. No well, there might be a teleport on Varus actually. I can't see it from the roll quest. Viper, putting some wards down. A little bit dangerous positioning there. Vi ultimate not up for this fight. There's no Vi ult. It's a 5v4, but there's still no Vi ultimate. Xiao jumps into the brush. Well, he spots him out with his face there. BLG can give up this dragon. Teleport into the back line, into a different position. Spotted out, I think, by Shun there. Yeah, they spotted him. Knight does have flash, does have Zhonyas. Needs to be careful of the ult over the wall. Viper and Knight stood on top of each other. Watch out for that teleport coming in from the Varus. They might try and go towards it as he lands. No. On does lose a third of his HP. Xiaohu on the flank. Viper's actually the one who's dealing with him. Dragon going low is taken by Wukong. Wukong gets the Hextech Soul. Weibo don't get themselves the contest they wanted. Hung flashed earlier away from On and can't flash away now. BLG, they lose Bin on the way to the objective. Doesn't matter. They get back into position in time, and Weibo, their old enemy of objectives, has just not worked out for them again in this game. Dragon fights in this series have largely gone the way of BLG. The later into the game they've gone, BLG will walk in the 5v4 towards the Nexus. They don't have the Baron, but there's a lower HP turret here. If they can just get a hit onto it, that'll be fine. Goes into the middle of them, goes the Ambassador. Bin goes low. Jie's not in play yet. They don't have the Vi ultimate, and everyone is melted. BLG slaughter Weibo in game 2 at the hands of, dare I say it, a wonderful Knight Azir game. 9-0-6, the bogey champion from Knight comes out tops. An incredible game on one of his most oft-criticized champions. Knight, an incredible Azir game. BLG will 2-0 Weibo and remains firm second here in Group Ascend and Group in LPL. BLG, a much better string of form from them today. Last week was difficult. Just 3 days ago was difficult from them. BLG walk away. Firm second place in Group Ascend. I was happy with how they were playing though around, you know, Shun and Knight's burst combos. I think the way that they approached mid and late game was a lot better than they did in the last week. I hope you've enjoyed watching today. Please drop a like or a follow or a subscribe on any of the platforms you're watching on. It does make a huge difference. If you want to see more coverage like this, we need your support. We're not paid to do this. This is the only thing paying my rent. So if you haven't followed yet, you haven't dropped something like a Twitch Prime, if you've got it, it matters a lot more to us than it does to a lot of other people. This is literally how I pay my rent. And it's really cool being able to follow the stories of, you know, BLG after their slump. What's happening with them? Weibo, a world famous team, a world finalist. Where are they now? What's happening with this roster? How are things going well or poorly from them? Appreciate it so much. Thank you so much for the gift sub, Pintalus, there as well. 10 gift bomb from Pintalus, again, really makes a big difference to us. And thank you everyone for watching. We wouldn't do this without you unless you were here as an audience. We wouldn't do this. Our little part of the LPL community, it's a part which I'm very proud to be able to build up. If you want to join us more long term, thank you for subbing there as well, Blue. Really appreciate you. Really appreciate you all. So BLG walk away with a series win. If you want to find out more about LPL, join our community a little bit more solidly. There is a Discord link. You can follow me on my other socials as well. Would love to have you around. We already love having you in chat. Why not come join us off on our other socials as well? Positively surprised by Nice Azir. I didn't expect that either. He was solid. He was genuinely very solid for sure. Thank you so much, Blue. Okay, folks, I actually have to dash off because I'm going to go play some Magic the Gathering with some friends. So we're going to be doing that. Okay, right. Thank you so 25 gift bomb from Draw7. You are an absolute hero. Thank you so much, Draw7 as well. I appreciate everyone that's joined in today. Really appreciate all of you. Again, all of this makes a huge difference to us. Living in Berlin is definitely very expensive. Like I said, I wouldn't do this without you guys. You are the Go Draw, appreciate you. I've got some very generous donors here. What I might end up doing, by the way, I might end up having like a supporters wall thing where if you give out, if you like give out gift subs and stuff, I'll probably put your name on the wall, and at top and center is of course going to be Mecha Fanboy as well. You know, appreciate you all. A wonderful stream today. Wonderful to see all of you in chat. I think we're seeing obviously the first series of the day, Ultra Prime, a win in their second series. That gives us a lot more information to work. Thank you so much, Ross Evan. You're very, very kind. Really appreciate that. And BLG, a good bounce back, a very good bounce back from them. Like I said, I'm not going to stick around long after the stream here today. I'm going to walk. What the heck is that? Unlockable. I'll unlock that. Sure, that is. We have a hype train at level 7. That's insane. I'm gonna raid over to someone very quickly because again, I'm gonna go play some Magic the Gathering with some friends. Appreciate you all. Thank you so much for. If you're on YouTube, the stream will end here. Thank you everyone for joining us, and we'll see you next time. Let's go see who we can send you over to. Who do you like going over to? I might actually send you over to Raccoon because he's doing some Uma stuff and he raids us all the time. We'll send you over to Raccoon. He raided us recently too.